Hey y'all, welcome to the Improv and D&D channel. I'm Matt, and today we're going to be running through a very special module called House of Poe. We will be running in the Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition system, and this module has been created by a fantastic creator by the name of Dan Houbrick. You can find, if you're interested in running this yourself, I've left the link in the description below, and you can get your hands on a copy at DMsguild. Now, before we get underway, of course, y'all gotta know our wonderful players here. You have some familiar faces if y'all tuned in November. Let's start off with Rachel. Who are you, and anything you have to promote, and who will you be playing? Just a quick pass at it.
My name is Rachel, as you've heard, and I will be reprising the character of Dab, who she's stoned right now, and I think that's pretty much what you need to know.
Fantastic. Welcome back. Thank you so much, Rachel. Wesley.
Hi, I'm Wesley. If you guys want to see what I'm doing, you can follow me on Instagram at WesselHaas. I stream a lot on Twitch, but Instagram is where I'll be sharing whatever I'm doing. But I will be playing a new character, as my last character doesn't play well with others. So I will be Enoki, the druid, not bard. And I've never played a druid before, so it'll be a fun time.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Wesley. And finally, last but not least, Luke.
Hello, I'm Luke Howder, pronouns he, him, for those that are wondering. I'm going to be playing Trebor Equal today. He's another returning character, just a well-intentioned himbo who always wanders into the wrong situation. As far as what I got going on, you could always follow me on Twitter. I'm at Luke Howder there. Yeah, I'll let you know what I'm up to there. Going to be doing some streams. Of course, I got podcast stuff going on as well. So yeah, go check that out if you want to know what I'm up to.
Wonderful. It's always a pleasure to have you, Luke. Now, as we get underway, of course, we had Trebor and Dab back in November, where they were able to solve the issue, along with, two other characters who won't be joining us this time. But they solved that, and now they're on their way out. They're on their way. And how, in this case, are Dab and Trebor traveling? Are you more inclined to be hoofing it, riding horseback, carriage? What is your current means of transportation as y'all are journeying?
What if Dab was just like up on a cart and Trebor was like running the cart like he was the horse? That feels like appropriate to their relationship.
Yeah, I love it. Let's do it.
Full Yzma and Kronk, just
Perfect.
I dig it. Wonderful. In that case, in that position, Luke, would you care to describe what Trebor looks like?
yeah, absolutely. Trebor is of course a half-orc barbarian. He's a little bit short for a half-orc. He's only like somewhere between like 5'10" and 6 foot. Still decently tall, but short for a half-orc. He has sort of a pale greenish blue skin. He has very short, curly, dark brown, kind of black hair. He's I mentioned this in the last stream, but he's one of those guys that's like super hot but doesn't realize it. So he's, as you can imagine, he's been probably like jog running this cart for like hours. So he's got like the light sweat, accidentally looks super sexy, but it's just like kind of has like a little bit of like a vacant kind of like golden retriever thing going on in his face of like, it's just good to be out in nature, getting some exercise.
Excellent. And from like super hot, sweaty, sexy Trebor, we just slide back a little bit over to Dab. Rachel, how does Dab look?
Dab is vibing. Like, she's just, she's hitting her pipe occasionally. She's got one of those like long stem wizardy pipes.
I dig it.
And it's just like occasionally playing a few notes on her lute. Or I'm sorry, her lyre. She's playing a couple notes on her lyre and just chilling. She's a fairly average looking halfling. Curly red hair, green eyes, some freckles. Like, she's having a good time.
Excellent. Okay. So, as y'all are journeying forth, you notice that, well, there's a bit of fog up ahead in the road. As you're moving forward, you notice that there's a certain level of humidity here. Stark contrast from where you've just come from. This town, Ilgard, is quite the swampy town. There's a green, mossy hue to most of the buildings here. You note that many of these buildings are built on large wooden tiers, seemingly so the city doesn't sink into the swamp. Now, it's humid, it's hot. There's a horrible acrid stench that fills your senses, triggering those gag reflexes in a way like rotting garbage left out in the hot sun. And there's this tension in the air. It feels like rain's coming at any moment, waiting to break. Luke, could I have Trebor give me a quick little perception check?
Yes, absolutely. His perception is not the greatest.
Great.
But he'll try. Oh, that's a 14. That's not bad.
That's not bad at all. Not bad at all. As you're sprinting forward, pulling this cart with Dab in it, you do note that there's some shapes on the ground. Shapes that you might have to work to avoid. Otherwise, you may end up tripping. Could I have you do a dexterity saving throw? I'll give you advantage in this case.
Ooh, one of those is a natural 19, which becomes a dirty 20.
Nice. Well, in this case, avoiding... What is Trebor going to do to avoid these objects that are on the ground? Like, because what you would note is that there's just a faint gleam every now and then, though the rest of it is rusted. You see bits of armor in the ground. So how would Trebor avoid this?
So just to clarify, these like shapes on the ground, it's just like things from other people's packs, some armor, just like abandoned things that would be in somebody's backpack kind of deal.
I'd say it's mainly armor. It looks like you might see a metal greave here. You might see a helmet there. But it looks like if you don't react to this, if you try to bulldoze ahead, you and likely Dab and the cart will end up tripping, thrown askew, because these are fairly hefty. So how would you avoid this?
Understood. So Trebor, not at all putting two and two together about how creepy it is, there's a bunch of abandoned armor here. just probably like doesn't want to break his speed at all. So he's like deftly maneuvering the cart so it won't hit any pieces of armor. Maybe he like picks up one wheel so it goes up on one wheel to like go over a piece of armor. He kicks the helmet out of the way Aragorn style and just like barrels through, not wanting to break the speed at all, because if he slows down long enough to think about it, he might realize it's creepy all this armor's here.
Great. Well, when you give it that kick, you feel a little bit of resistance, and you do see that it, like, being up close to it now, it does look like rusted armor. It looks like there's things growing on it, like this armor is long decayed. And well, Wesley, would you care to describe what your character looks like?
So as you kick the armor, there's sort of like a tug as the body comes with it. It doesn't seem to be like detached pieces of armor. And you see as like eyes just sort of like creak open, like there's a rusted like as they open up. And the head sort of like cocks and turns at you, and you see there's like openings where like there's rust holes in the body, and there's like a mushroom has like grown and plugged the hole. And it sort of turns to you as you kick it, and like just blinks like astonished and just sort of takes in the situation.
Yo, was that real? Did that just move?
Yeah, Trebor
am I tripping, or did that just move? Does that, I mean, what?
Trebor comes to a full halt with the cart, horrified that he's kicked a living creature in the head. And he'll just kind of gently like put the cart down. So he doesn't want to put it down too quick, or like Dab will probably just like, so he'll just like very carefully put it down, kind of run over and like grab the helmet like in his hands. And he'll kind of look at the rusted eyes opening, and he'll kind of say like, "I'm sorry, Mr. Armor."
One thing you notice picking it up, like there's no movement in the chest. There's no breathing. And I just sort of like turn towards you and blink kind of hard. Look over to the cart. Look back to you. Armor.
Do you need more armor? Is that a question?
Am I?
Hey, dude, are you real?
And I sort of turn and noticing you for the first time. Yes. Real.
Father.
And I sort of stand up, and as I stand up, you see like sort of like dirt sort of falls off me, like out of some holes in my body. And you just see like anywhere that there's been like rust gaps, there's plants like mushrooms and stuff growing out of it.
Oh, dude, you got shrooms?
Yes.
Me too.
Dab said she was going to try to sell some here.
I don't sell stuff. Like, I share.
Right. We were going to share the mushrooms. And I am sorry, Mr. Armor. I didn't mean to kick you. And I think Trebor, kind of assessing the situation, sees all the plants. He's actually pretty good with like nature and survival stuff. So I think he's just running through his head like, what's the most respectful gift I could give? And he'll pull out his water skin and offer water to the living plant armor in front of him.
Matt, would you say that anybody would know what a Warforged is? I know that they traditionally come from Eberron, so I don't know if you would have anybody know about them.
Could I have both Dab and Trebor make a little history?
Just a little history.
Yeah, just a little history.
10.
Great.
That's a 10 for Trebor as well.
Whoa. Okay. I mean, as far as Warforged are concerned, you know, like they exist. You don't know a ton about behaviors, nor have you necessarily encountered one before. I mean, Wesley, if you'd like to divulge one interesting bit of trivia about Warforged, that'd be my guest that the two of them might know.
They're so in previous editions they were complete constructs, but they don't like breathe, they don't eat, they don't sleep. Like it's pretty much like a robot armor man.
Wow.
But so you hand the water skin, and I just I take it and I look at it. I look back to you, just sort of confused, and then I sort of like pour it into like one of the holes in my body, and then I hand it back.
Trebor kind of takes it back and is like, hydration is important. That's. What were you doing in the middle of the road, Mister?
You see as sort of there's like a second of like pause in his brain, and I sort of stop and think inward, and I don't know. What are you doing in the middle of the road?
I think Trebor takes that far more existentially than maybe he should. And he's like, yeah, what am I doing here? This guy asked the right questions.
Hey. You.
He sort of like looks at Trebor and like points at him and like, him?
No, that's Trebor. You. Do you have a name or like?
You see like he sort of like stops, like no movement. Like, you know how people sort of like shake if they try to hold still a bit? They're just like completely still, like you paused him. He looks down to the mushroom like growing out of his shoulder and is like, Inoki.
That's so cute. Oh my god.
So I think Trebor will kind of gesture back towards the town and say, Mr. Inoki, I am really sorry about how this interaction started. We're going into town. Could I offer you a ride?
On your back?
Trebor kind of like laughs at this, and then immediately like fireman picks up Inoki and takes him over to the cart and like puts him in.
As you pick him up, he sort of he wild shapes into a mouse, and so then I just sort of like sit on your head.
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Where did I put Vape? You should meet Vape.
I hold out my hands towards Dab to provide a platform for Inoki to run down on.
Yeah, okay. And I just Vape is in some pocket somewhere, and she just pulls them out and is like, hey, this is my hedgehog. You two should be best friends.
They're sort of like looking back and forth. If you could read an emotion on a mouse, Inoki seems sort of just as confused as you guys are by this.
Dab is not confused in the slightest. She knows exactly what she's doing.
Dab is the only one that isn't confused, to be clear.
Great.
Yeah, I think Trebor will kind of retract back and be like, you don't need to meet the hedgehog if you don't want to, and kind of put you up on his shoulder if that's where you want to hang out.
Pretty much wherever you put him, he goes.
I think like Trebor will kind of slowly pick up the cart, and instead of like full sprinting now, he'll just kind of walk, and he'll just kind of be whispering to Inoki, and he's like, so Is there anywhere in particular you want to go? Like,
There's just sort of a shake of the head on the rat.
do you want to be coming with us, or should we left you on the road? Should we have left you on the road?
I sort of hop into the back and just sort of chill in the wagon at this point, sort of like nestling in. An interesting point about this rat, though, you see, it's still sort of like rusted metallic-y. And, like it doesn't seem like a natural like rat that you've ever seen before.
Wait, sorry, clarification. Are you a mouse or a rat?
So I cannot find a stat block for a mouse, so we'll just say rat.
Cool.
Dig it. Dig it. Okay.
Yeah, it's still sort of like a metallic, rusted, dirty rat.
Look at your little whiskers. The little hair.
I think traveling with Dab recently has made Trebor aware of like the power of friendship and how valuable friends are. And seeing this Warforged like abandoned in the middle of the road, he's thinking internally like, man, he probably doesn't have a lot of friends. And he just resolves internally, like, we're going to go into town and we're going to make this guy some friends. He seems nice and he deserves friends who won't leave him in the middle of the road.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, I'd say as y'all are pulling into town, you do note that there's one place that seems a little more prominent and welcoming. There are people who enter and exit freely, and most of them seem quite happy. Maybe when they're entering, it's that feeling of relief of going somewhere to relax after a hard day's work. You notice that some of them have the attire of maybe someone who's been working on the dock or a sailor of some sort, whereas people who are leaving maybe stumbling a little bit, but overall happy. And this place is known as the Green Anchor. Will y'all pull in?
Do I see a parking spot?
Oh, absolutely. There's a perfect spot. One of those that you can like cut through, so it'll be easy for you to leave later.
You're gonna have to parallel park though.
I figure Trebor probably thinks we can handle walking around town, so finding the parking spot will be the hard part. I think just like with his eyes, he'll try to communicate to Dab, like, I see a spot over there. Should we?
Dab cannot do nonverbal communication right now. She's just like you'll see her nod her head, but she's just like, yeah.
He takes the nod as like, take the parking spot, so he'll get in there.
Perfect. Now, after you park, as you go in, you note that inside it's fairly bustling. I would say there may be 2 empty tables, but you note that there are a number of stools that are open. There's a sign that says, please seat yourself when your party has fully arrived. But there are quite a few people who are drinking from big frosty mugs. Some people enjoying various finger foods out of little baskets, like drumsticks, or every now and then someone enjoying a nice big potato. But as far as y'all are concerned, are y'all table people? Are you gonna look for a booth, or are you a stool?
I will say,
person?
Inoki sort of like stands next to Trebor, like sort of when you go to a party and there's only one person you know, he just sort of stands next to Trebor and like looks how Trebor's standing and then like adjusts to stand like Trebor and just like checks every now and then.
So you did transform back into like suit of armor status.
Yeah.
You're not still the rat. Okay.
Ah.
I am a little bit taller than you. I'm like 6'3", 6'4", just so that there's like a picture in your head.
Trevor's used to that. So I think he gets the vibe that like Inoki's uncomfortable, but he's still like in his mind, he's still on his mission to make Inoki friends. Can I make some sort of like perception check or something to see if there's somebody who would be a good friend for Inoki and we'll actually go talk to them instead of like finding our own table?
Roll an insight for me.
Ooh, again, not his best.
Great.
That's a 12.
Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad.
Not too bad at all.
I'd say that you do notice that there is a table where there are a good 5 people who are dressed in, though not as rusted, they all have similar looking armor on. And most of them have their helmets off. They've placed it onto the table, but they're enjoying food. You hear them chattering amongst each other quite loudly, quite boisterously. But as far as who might be very welcoming to Inoki, this would be a good option, I'd say, with your 12.
Can I hear any of what they're talking about in their boisterous talking?
Oh, yeah. I'd say what you hear is that they seem to be... it's almost like this competition where they're talking about what they've seen at a mansion, and how like one of them says, "That's nothing. I went around there one time. I got up to the front door." And then another one's like, "Really? Well, I stepped inside the building once. So there." But they seem to be doing like this kind of one-upsmanship sort of thing. But while Trebor, while you're scoping this conversation out for Inoki, what is Dab doing?
Unmute. Sorry. Dab is ordering food. The munchies
Ooh.
are hitting in full swing.
Great. So, in this case, are you going straight up to the bar? Are you looking for like a table and like flagging down a server?
Right up to the bar. Just like, hi, could I see a menu?
Yes, of course. And he will, the bartender will slide over. It's just one page, but you note that most of these foods are of the fried variety. There's, of course, the like fried chicken. There's fish and chips. There's a fried elongated cheese product as well.
Yeah, that's Dab will get an order of fried elongated cheese product.
Great. And he says, "Yeah, that's quite the popular item. We are quite famous for our fried elongated cheese product. I will get that for you right away. Would you like something to drink?"
I am parched.
Oh.
Do they have
could I just
mashed
get, like,
tomato
some
and
tea
herb?
or something?
I'm sorry. I heard both of you, and so I heard neither of you.
I was trying to make a marinara joke. My bad.
Yes, that's quite the popular side to go with this elongated cheese, and that will be complimentary. I'm sorry, your drink?
Oh yeah, could I just like get some tea? I am like parched. I did not realize until just now. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, are you looking for something that'll keep you up or put you to sleep?
I mean, just like
Something to soothe the digestive system, a little bit of ginger.
yeah, ginger would be so good right now. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And he will get on, like he'll, after writing this down, you see him head through a kind of swingy door, and he'll put your order in. Now, while that's going on, Inoki, what are you doing? Are you wandering about? I know you were next to Trebor, but as Trebor approached this table, did you stay with him or did you go somewhere else?
I sort of hang back. I try to watch the room. And basically what I'm doing is I'm looking for like, I guess I'm taking in all of it and trying to find like an average behavior and then just sort of trying to do what most people are doing.
Oh, most people are drinking. They have their like mugs or like even smaller glasses, but you notice that, I mean, though some of them are really downing their drink, some of them are sipping. As far as like the average, a beverage is being consumed.
Then I probably look around the room for like an unheld drink so I can just walk up and like try to grab it.
Great. Roll a perception check for me.
20.
Ooh, nice. Yeah. You would note that it looks like on the bar, someone fairly recently has dropped a few coins on the counter and stepped away. And there is about half of a drink in a fairly tall frosty mug that you could easily grab and drink. And it doesn't look like anyone would have any problem with it. At least as far as you stealing someone's beverage.
Yeah, then I just sort of walk up and I hold it and I just sort of look for somewhere to sit that I look like all the other people in this bar.
Great. Yeah.
Dab will wave you over while she's waiting for her food.
So as I make eye contact with that, I look at you and then I see if somebody's behind me that you're calling to. Then I look back and I just like, me?
Yeah,
then I walk over.
Let's hang out.
And I just sort of like awkwardly just hold the drink. Like I don't sip it, I'm just holding it.
Excellent. So, with Dab and Inoki at the bar, Trebor, you've been scoping out this conversation amongst the guard. They're talking about this manor and how, like, you do note that there are a couple of the guards, maybe a little bit younger, who don't look as seasoned, and they seem to be listening, but their eyes are wide and they're trembling a little bit. Trebor, what would you like to do?
Well, I think he notices Inoki go off to the bar and he's like, oh, so he doesn't really need help making friends. This guy's like, good for him. He's doing good. And then as far as like these soldiers, what they're discussing, I think it caught his attention because Trebor has walked into a lot of buildings and never found it particularly noteworthy.
Oh, okay.
So the thought of that being like interesting is interesting to him. So maybe he'll kind of, I think he'll try to do it stealthily, although full disclosure, stealth, again, not necessarily something he's great at. A side effect of him being so hot, it's hard for him to be sneaky about anything.
Yeah, that's fair. You are drawing quite a bit of attention, especially with like the sweatiness, your clothes just kind of clinging to every muscle and curve.
Can I make it? No, you know what? I'm not gonna make a perception check to see if people are checking him out because he wouldn't notice that anyway. Okay, so what he'll probably do is not at their table. He'll look for a table near them where he could like listen in, and he'll try to like sneak over and not really be noticed by them and like sit down at the table near them so he can kind of listen in a little more.
Would you roll a stealth for me?
Yeah. That is an 8.
Great. I mean, you go to do that, and I guess in this case, maybe it's just a matter of like trying to be stealthy, but you're a little bit tired here too. You do find one spot, but this particular spot, it's like you kind of have to maneuver. It's like you've got two backs of chairs, people sitting there. You have to maneuver in between, and you're able to shimmy your way through. But to get to the other side beyond these two, you have to take just a little bit of a jump, and you end up bumping into your chair, and it causes it to kind of scrape against the floor really loudly. And then the guards, like, you see them immediately, hands go towards where their swords, where their weapons are. And then one of them looks over at you, Trebor, and says, Is that Trebor?
No.
No, that's totally Trebor. I've heard about you. You and Dab and Malden and Rain. Y'all are legends.
Is Trebor aware that people have been talking about this this adventure? Or is this news to him?
I'd say that, I mean, I guess it depends. If the magnitude of what you did at Deep Delver's Enclave at Black Claw Mountain to stop the rumblings of the Grendel route, if that dawned on him or not, because you were able to essentially save the town and the mountain surrounding.
I don't think the magnitude of that has really resonated with him yet.
Great.
Again, his focus was a little narrow and he didn't really, in the end, accomplish his goal. And so I don't think he's really stopped to think about the ramifications of that at all.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Yeah, then it's very surprising to be recognized by people you don't know, Trebor. And a few of the guards here, like they're like excited to see you, but there's like maybe one or two that are a bit more standoffish, like what's so special about this guy kind of situation. But one of them immediately says, Are your friends here too?
Can I don't want to get like too lost in the weeds, but I do think Trebor would genuinely, like, he's never been recognized before. So I think internally he's going, wait, do I know this guy who says he knows me? And I think to try and play it off and save face, he's going to be like, everyone is my friend at the Greenhorn Tavern. He doesn't remember the name. So he's like, the Greenhorn Tavern. And he'll like go up and give that guy like a way too intimate hug. And he's like, it is so good to see you.
Great. Yeah, and he accepts this hug, and it's like, as you pull away, you can see him like talking to his friend. He's like, oh my gosh, I touched Trebor. What? Is he as muscly as I thought? Oh, more so. Now, I'm going to jump over to Dab and Inoki real quick. Your elongated fried cheese product has arrived with your tomato and basil side dish dipping sauce, as well as your ginger tea.
Nice.
In Inoki, you have your half-drunk beverage in your hand.
Inoki's not drinking it. He's just holding it.
Oh, yeah. It was already half-drunk when the person left it.
Perfect.
And both of you would notice that there's a bit of a commotion behind you at the tables as you see Trebor, as he breaks the embrace. And it looks like Trebor's the center of attention right now.
I just want to give you the image of Dab has the fried elongated cheese product in one hand, the other half in her mouth, and then just the cheese pull as she turns her head.
Oh, it is spectacular.
Thank you.
It stays intact too.
Oh yeah. It's good elongated cheese product fried really well.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So she's just gonna be like, oh nice. He's making friends. Good for him.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I look to Dab, and then I see that like everybody's sort of congregating around Trebor. So I like slowly stand up and start walking over there to just join the group, and I just sort of stand there. And sort of, if you've seen Talladega Nights where he's like, I don't know what to do with my hands. He's sort of standing there and his arms are just like up, like just watching.
Great. Okay. So, yeah, as you're watching, I mean, everyone, aside from those two that are a little more standoffish, they're very excited. And seeing you next to Trebor, they're immediately starting to like swarm around you in a, like y'all are the celebrities. One person is kind of looking around, looking for the full entourage, and does catch Dab at the counter and goes up and says, oh my gosh, it's really you.
It is.
It's such a pleasure and honor. Would you sign this for me? And
oh my God, thank you.
He just grabs a napkin from the counter. You do note that there's a little smudge of like of red from perhaps someone else's tomato and basil side, but he looks very excited as he hands it over to you.
Dab is a performer. She's used to having fans. Oh my God. Yeah, absolutely. Like, who do you want me to make this out to?
Oh, Jerrard, please. I'm your biggest fan.
Oh my God. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are wrong, though. That's my wife is my biggest fan. But
oh, sorry.
You can be my second biggest fan. It's okay.
Yes.
But yes, okay. And she just like writes in just the worst handwriting. Like love you, Jerrard, and forgets to write her own name.
Okay. Well, I'd say like, how bad handwriting is it? Is this like what you pictured doctors' signatures to look like? As far
like
as
you can still make it out that she's like, there's a heart and then a U and then a Jerrard.
Oh, okay.
But you kind of have to look at it for a little bit.
Okay. He doesn't notice at all. In fact, after you've signed it, he looks like in awe, and then he looks at you. And then when he turns around, you can kind of see like his shoulders move up a little bit, and you can hear him like just inhale as he goes,
oh, gross.
and then he returns up to his table. Now, Inoki, as you get next to Trebor, you're starting to get bombarded with questions too, as one person's like, whoa, you're Trebor's friend?
I sort of look at everybody. Are you?
I think so. I think he just said we're his friends.
Yeah, I think I heard that too. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. It's nice to meet you.
And then I sort of like seeing people take a drink. I do the thing where you have a cup and you like try to dump it down the side where it looks like you're drinking it. So I just go and just beer spills down my shoulders. I try to dump it to look like I'm drinking it.
Nice. Well, while you're doing that, well, since you're next to Trebor, one of the guards says, I mean, if you guys are really the heroes everyone thinks you are, why don't you go check out the manor?
Is that like the building that you guys are talking about?
Yeah. I mean, I heard that there was they got a new servant and no one's seen them since. No one's seen any of the servants since.
I don't think Trebor is like truly comprehending what's being said. He's kind of like trying his best, but there's a lot of stuff happening very quickly, and it's a lot for him.
Mm-hmm.
And he just kind of goes like, "Oh yeah, I heard one of you guys say that you went inside once. I think I could also go inside."
Really? All right.
Yeah, unless it's like most doorknobs, pretty easy. There are a couple doorknobs I found in my life, couldn't quite figure out. I feel pretty confident though. It's like a 70% chance.
Okay. Well, prove it. Why don't you go in there and bring something back?
So Inoki goes up to the guy that's talking to us, and he tries to give him like a intimate hug that Trebor did to the other guy because he noticed him do that. So he's like, "Oh, that's what we do." So he goes tries to reach his hand around the guy,
and he's like, "Wait, what's going on here?" And it's like as you do that, you notice like you're there's just a little bit of wet left, and you leave a big wet stain on like just part of the cloth that shows like the coat of arms and whatnot of Ilgard, but he seems a little put off, but he says, all right, hey, if you guys can go in there and bring something back, maybe we, and he'll gesture to his other friend who was skeptical, maybe we'll consider you guys the heroes everyone else here thinks you are.
I lean towards Trebor and go, "Is that what we want?"
I think Trebor kind of leans over to Inoki and he says, "I just don't want anyone to be mad at me."
Should we ask the lady?
I think, Trebor is so excited by that. He loves having Dab make decisions for him, honestly. So he loudly announces to the bar, "I don't go anywhere unless I get the say-so from my good friend, Dab." And I gesture very grandly to the bar as if I expect a spotlight to shine over on her.
Everyone's heads snap towards Dab.
Dab is just so far deep in that basket of fried elongated cheese product.
Every time we say elongated cheese product, I'm like, that is the name of the cheap billionaire costume at Party City. The thing that's supposed to look like Elon
muskrat.
Musk. Oh, you're right.
Anyway, Dab is she does not look dignified in that moment, has not been paying attention to anything that's been going on in the room. Wait, where are we going?
Well, with all the attention on Dab, your second biggest fan is like, yeah, Dab's gonna show you. Dab, Trebor, and Trebor's friend are all gonna go show you guys what great heroes they are.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Yeah. How are we doing that?
I think at this point, Trevor's like, he missed the timing of it horribly, but he like claps Noki on the back and he goes, Noki, like a little too loud, like without really doing a good job of indicating that's his name.
So as you hit him, like some of the mushrooms just go, and it's just a spore puff that just goes.
Trebor has actually like really good survival in nature. Can I make some sort of check to see if these spores are dangerous?
Sure, absolutely. You choose survival or nature, and then based on the roll, Wesley, you choose to tell him what information he gets.
There is actually information in the class, so I do have information
Sick.
on that.
It doesn't matter. Trebor rolled a natural 1.
So it's kind of feels like how capsaicin burns your like mouth. It's like a burning in your nose a little bit.
So okay. Yeah, Trebor feels that and he's gonna whew. Whew. Dab is right. We will go inside that building. Because if I can't open the door, she probably can.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yes.
she can.
So what are we're going to a mansion?
I think Trebor has already kind of forgotten what building we're talking about. So he'll look back at the skeptical guys and like kind of mirroring the attitude they're putting out. He'll give them a little bit of attitude and he'll say, lead the way. Unless you're scared of the building.
All right. Yeah. And then he goes to turn to his friend, who is also skeptical. But that guy is kind of backed off a bit in his chair. He says, I'll show you where it is. And he will lead y'all out.
Inoki stands there for like a little bit too long, like just holding his glass and like looking around like, yeah. Like you guys are already at the door and he's still just in the same spot, just like, yeah.
I dig it. Sweet. So he will lead y'all through the town and towards the edge of the swamp. This is where you see a tall, imposing manor, and I'm gonna switch us on the map real quick. Gonna activate this, might take a second to load, but
Activate.
yeah. But here you do see this tall, imposing manor that stands silhouetted against dark, billowing storm clouds. And at this point, it's begun to rain. It's begun to rain pretty hard. Into a torrential downpour, booming thunder and lightning cascade through the swampy marsh, and you can see that the manor, surrounded by a rusting iron fence. It's fallen into disrepair. There's a huge crack that seems to spread through the roof across the entire house, seemingly splitting it into two. And the guard, at this point, having led you, he stays maybe a good 15 feet away from the front gate. And he says, there it is. All right, go ahead.
All we have to do is bring you back something.
Yeah, from inside. If you're heroes enough, maybe you can find out what happened to that servant.
So, like, is there anything specifically you want, or
Well,
just like whatever?
I mean, if you can find something unique that you couldn't just find anywhere,
At this point, Inoki walks up finally.
I think Trebor takes the other two into kind of a huddle away from the guard. And he'll kind of say, like, I mean, I'm not entirely sure what this guy's deal is. He's kind of intense, kind of looking back at the guard. And some of the energy coming off him is pretty toxic.
Yeah, his vibes are kind of rancid. Like, hard agree.
I'm still holding my glass at this point. I want to like sort of see if I can like, is there any malicious intent on like in him like sending us in there, or
All three of you can roll an insight on this.
I've got a +4, but that's an 8.
8,
Well,
12.
That's a 16 for Trebor.
Great.
So unnaturally
Okay.
insightful.
Okay. So, in this case, Inoki, as far as his vibes go, it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, I have a quick question for you. I mean, how familiar is Inoki with the idea of fear?
Oh, probably not very. Like,
Okay.
probably never like seen it or felt it. Honestly,
Great. In that case, maybe that's it. Like, just based on the way he's moving, the way his eyes keep darting back and forth between you and the house, and it's like with every time he looks, he takes another step back towards town, back away from the house. And like his moves don't make sense to you. Like you've seen everyone at that tavern, and you've seen Dab and Trebor, and like the way this guy is moving, it's all like the information is just kind of jumbling. So nothing quite connects. But I'd say that both Dab and Trebor would recognize that he seems scared. And it does seem like a bit of jealousy in how much y'all are being worshipped as heroes. But he isn't sending you into a trap. At least not according to him. He doesn't think that you're going to be able to go in there and last. He is very much like the, show me how big of a man you are, that kind of thing. And Trebor, I would say you get like, every now and then when he talks, it's like he puts on a show. It's like, in spite of all the body language indicating his fear, when he speaks, he kind of overcorrects to try to show confidence sometimes. And this, after your run-ins with that magician often would have that sort of delivery too. And oftentimes this would happen when maybe Trebor noticed like him drop a card or something in the middle of a sleight, or if one of the feats of magic weren't going quite well, there's this overcorrection that happens. And Trebor, you see this in this guy, but he does not seem to be sending you in to a trap, at least from his side.
I think Trebor kind of takes this information in, and obviously, like, Trebor was raised in orc culture, surrounded by like toxic masculinity, and his time with Elisaria was like really good at helping him recognize that in himself and others to a certain degree. And so I think in a weirdly insightful moment for him, he kind of keys in that this guy's just really scared, and he'll kind of say to the others, he goes, look, I don't entirely understand this guy's deal, but I think he's scared and I think he wants help. Whatever we bring back for him, I don't think it should be too valuable because I don't know that he deserves that, but I think we should help him.
all right. Yeah, definitely. Let's go. I'm gonna just like And Dab is going to just take out her pipe again and just take another nice deep inhale. All right, let's go.
Great.
Is the gate locked?
The gate is locked.
Cool.
Rusty padlock.
How tall is the fence?
I'll tell you this. As far as if you were to try to get through the lock, because of how old it is in age and model, it wouldn't be very difficult. But it also seems like it'd be simple to climb the fence too. The way it's set up, you can see through the fence, and it has every now and then just the intersections of the bars where you feel like, I mean, it would be simple for any of you to be able to grab on and step.
Cool.
Can I cast Chill
Dab is
Touch
gonna
at the
start
lock
climbing.
and try to break it?
Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry, what was that, Rachel?
Dab is going to start climbing the fence.
Great, great. Well, in that case, Trebor, what are you doing?
I don't think he wants to open the gate yet because Dab is climbing it. I think he's interested in helping Dab.
Okay.
So he'll asking permission before he engages in any physical contact. I'm gonna give Rachel the help action on whatever she's trying to do with the fence.
So you'll have advantage on either acrobatics or athletics, up to you, whichever one you want.
It's very much going to be an acrobatics check.
Great, great.
That's going to be a total of 18.
All right, all right.
I
Now,
have a +5. So.
fantastic, fantastic. So, with Dab climbing with an 18, you do it very easily, very simply, especially with the help of Trebor. I feel like y'all have built up enough teamwork where it's like, after permission granted, you're able to vault up and over easily.
Yeah.
Now,
Trebor just stands underneath you and you full foot to the face over the fence.
Inoki, will you give me just damage? Just damage.
That would be 6.
Great. You chill touch, and with that spectral hand, you're able to very easily break through the lock.
So once he breaks through the lock, he looks over and sees like Dab and Trebor going over the fence. So then he like, oh, and then starts like going to climb it even though he broke through the lock already.
Great.
Himbos, himbos, himbos.
Here, I will need all three of you to roll a perception real quick, because something is going to happen
Oh no.
Oh boy.
to
I gotta
Trebor.
switch my dice. This one is not doing good.
That's an 18. Oh, sorry.
I heard 16, I heard 18, I heard switch dice.
Throw those old dice away, man.
All right, what was your roll, Inoki?
10.
Okay, so Inoki, you don't quite notice. There's a key bit of information, but all of you see that, I guess maybe in the course of Trebor assisting Dab, there's a little black cat that scurries up to Trebor's leg and swipes at it real quick. Definitely not enough to do any damage to you, but both Trebor and Dab would notice that it looks like this black cat has a small white patch on its chest, and it's also missing an eye. After swiping, it's gonna hiss and then run off into the darkness.
Come back, Pirate Kitty.
now. If you call out to it, it doesn't respond. You just see like just a flash of its tail before it disappears in the night in the rain.
Okay, bye.
But all of you here, able to get into the perimeter, would note the structure looks like there's 2 floors. The entire first floor has been boarded up and wrapped over with chains. You notice that there are pillars on the north and south of this map, on the kind of propping up the roof of this structure. There are 3 very dead trees around this manor. What is your plan of attack?
Is the guard still standing on the other side of the fence?
He has run off.
Oh, okay.
By the time he got up to the gate, it's like he found his chance and he ran away.
Okay. Where's the nearest door?
Well, on the first floor, the front door is boarded up and wrapped over with chains. Like, you would be able to break through it if you wanted to, though it might be quite loud.
Gotcha. And then, about how high up are the second floor windows?
I'm going to activate this, so you should be able to see it now after it loads. Sorry about that.
Okay. About how high up are the second floor windows?
Well, could I have all 3 of you roll an investigation for me real quick?
Oh,
Let's
boy.
see if the new dice do anything for me.
My
Not
dice
much
fell
better.
on the floor.
That is a natural 20, but Trebor
Sick.
does have a -1 to investigation.
Okay. But a 19 is still quite good.
14.
Okay, 19, 14,
That's a 6.
6. Okay.
I would say Inoki's still probably just watching Trebor and Dab, like trying to figure out like what to do, like what we're doing.
Great. So, surveying this area.
Still holding the glass, by the way.
Inoki's not sure what to do with this. Watching the other 2. Well, it would occur to Trebor first, and then Dab. But you do note that on the second floor, on the northeast side, one of the windows, the board over it seems to be hanging loose a little bit. And this is right next to one of the pillars, as well as, of course, there's that tree fairly close by. It seems like, as far as entry goes, that would be the easiest one, because you don't have to deal with the board, and climbing the pillar might not be that difficult.
Hey, Trevor. Do you want to help me get up there?
Yep. And he goes and like crouches down in like full ready position to like, she can jump onto his hands, and he like lifts her up like cheerleader style, and then giving her the help action on whatever check she's about to make.
Great.
And then he'll just try to climb up the pillar right after her so he doesn't leave her alone. And he'll look back at Inoki, noticing he still has the glass in his hand, and be like, wow, this guy's confident, drinks on the job. And he noticed that Inoki hung back in the tavern earlier, so he's going to directly like say like, come on, and follow her up.
Great. In this case, with no clear and present danger, y'all are able to make your way up fairly easily, especially with each other's help. And as you get into this window, Well, once you get in through these dusty purple curtains, and you see an antique writing desk. I'm going to drag y'all onto the map real quick. And how is everyone as far as like dark vision is concerned?
Noki's blind as a bat.
Yeah, Dav does not have that.
Okay.
Trebor has dark vision.
I will say Noki did leave the glass outside the window before climbing up.
Okay, great. Sounds good to me. Okay. In this case, like since Dab, you got Trebor's help. I would say you were able to get in first, but when you get in there, you would note that it is dark. And what would you do in the darkness to give yourself sight?
Well, what is the first thing that I can reach out and touch? Actually, it doesn't matter because I can't see it.
Well, I'd say when you get into the window, you immediately brush up against curtains, fabric. There's a little bit of dust that adheres to your cheek as you get into the room.
How big are the curtains? Are they more than 10 feet in any direction, any dimension?
Oh, I would say they may be a good 10 feet tall.
Gotcha. So the first thing that I touch that's like smaller than that, I'm going to cast the light cantrip on.
Great.
The object sheds bright light in a 20-foot radius and dim light for an additional 20 feet.
Excellent. I am going to create some light in there, and hopefully y'all can see better
There's
now.
The map.
Excellent.
I could always see it. Dark vision for the win.
Yeah.
Inoki, can you see it?
Yes, I can see now.
Great. Now, in here, with the light, you would note that there is an antique writing desk here. There's a chair. There are shelves that line the room. Most of the books and papers here have been scattered across. There's a broken chair smashed against a wall, and there's glass that is on the ground. This seems to be glass that once lined the cabinet doors. But you would note that after your eyes adjust a little bit, there is and I'll give you a little bit of light along here too, as you begin to realize the surroundings here.
At this point, Inoki gestures to the antique desk. Do you guys think that man would like this? Should we take this for him?
Love the thought. Great suggestion. I think that's going to be a little bit big to take out of here, though.
Trebor understands that this desk is like something used for writing, right?
Yeah, definitely. There are lots of pieces of paper with writing on them on the desk as well. So easy dots to connect.
So obviously, reading with Elisaria is like very precious memories for Trebor. And in particular, he really liked reading poetry because they were short and pretty.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he wants to make an investigation check to see if he can find some nice poetry on this desk. Great.
Why don't you roll investigation? What are Dab and Inoki going to do? Are you going to investigate further into the room? Or are you going to help with Trebor's investigation of the desk?
Inoki would look for just nondescript papers because he doesn't know what Trebor's looking for.
Okay.
So like Inoki just starts looking at papers for no reason. Like he's not processing anything. He's just like paper, 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 paper.
Okay, Inoki, I want you to do a perception check. And Dab,
Also perception?
are you looking for nondescript papers as well? Are you helping Trebor?
No, I am just looking for anything interesting. What's eye catching?
Great. Okay, perception for you as well. So,
Inoki's
Trebor.
got a 24. Sorry.
Oh, nice.
5.
Okay, great. Trebor?
Trebor rolled a 1 on that investigation.
Okay. Trebor, you do see some slips of paper that you see like line items with numbers, and you're trying to figure out like if this is a type of poetry you may have run into before, where it might say like shirt 12, pants 26.
Man, modern poetry is getting really out there. I don't always get it.
Now, while you're looking for more nondescript things, Inoki, you do note that there is a scrap of paper that is, it looks a little bit more wrinkled and tattered than what Trebor is looking at. And also like the other bits with writing on it. This is a small scrap that I am going to I'm going to share in the Discord real quick, as well as for our stream viewers. But this one, it has 3. Well, it has in total, if we're talking individual digits, 5 numbers on it. Now, you do find this, but Dab, with your perception, maybe you're trying to look for something when all of a sudden you hear something from outside, towards the west. You hear creaking on floorboard.
So
Did anybody else hear that?
And that pulls your attention. Everyone else does hear it too.
Inoki doesn't like point out what he found. He looks at it, looks at Trebor, and then says, "Modern poetry is weird."
I think Trevor's just going to quickly, whatever he happened to grab, he'll grab a couple more pieces of paper, just kind of randomly fold them up and stick them in his pocket. Can Trebor see everything that I can see on this map?
Yes.
So it looks like there are like some broken glass pieces.
Yes, indeed.
Can he approach that?
Absolutely. Are y'all able to move your tokens?
Nope.
Is it just click and drag, or
Yes.
then I cannot?
Yeah, I can't either.
Okay. My apologies. In that case, I'm gonna move y'all over real quick. I will figure that out during the break, but Trebor, as you go over closer to the glass, all of you hear that creaking, and it sounds closer. And then you hear knocking at the door. And it is at this point that we're going to take our 10-minute break, y'all. So, to our viewers, thank y'all so much for tuning in. We will be back in about 10 minutes. Catch you in a little bit. Hey y'all, welcome back to the Improv and D&D channel, where we are playing through a little module called House of Poe. Now, so far, our incredible players, their characters have ventured into this manor in search of something unique to prove that they've been here. They've also heard word that there has been some servant who's been missing, and no one has seen any trace of them since. Now, upon entry, as they entered from the second floor into this study, they've been taking a look around this room. They were able to find a little piece of paper, which I'll pull up on the stream right now. A set of numbers on this scrap. Now, whilst they were looking around, they also heard the sound of creaking wood from outside the door, as well as knocking at the door. And as they look in that direction, they also notice two things. On the wall, next to the door, there's a painting. There's an oil painting of a couple posed in regal-looking armchairs. There's a man with wild black hair, a mustache over smiling lips, and his hand rests on the shoulder of someone, though that portion of the painting has been ripped away. Above the door, there's a bust. There is, you see this face with a black bird hanging over the forehead. Could I have the three of you roll religion as well? And then I'll need y'all to tell me what you're going to do about the knock, knock, knock at the door.
I don't know how or why, but I am proficient in religion.
Awesome.
I rolled a 7.
7. Great.
It's an 8 for Trebor.
Great.
And that's going to be a 22 for Inoki.
Inoki. So, for some reason, you recognize that bust over the door is some sort of goddess. Specifically, and I'd say maybe with Inoki's overall lack of experience, this knowledge comes to you in a way that maybe you're not totally sure how, but you would note that it is a deity known as the Raven Queen.
Maybe like some leftover knowledge from the husk that I'm in.
I could see that. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Dab is going to look over to Trebor and be like, hey, can you grab that?
Trebor, how high up is it exactly?
The bust?
Yeah, we're talking about the bust, right?
Yeah.
I'd say it's probably a good 12 feet from the ground. You'd probably be able to jump up and grab it.
I mean, yeah.
I will say, like, when Inoki sees it, he sort of like looks at you guys and sees like the confusion on your guys' face and says, I don't know why, but I know this woman.
She's like a friend?
Nice.
He sort of like, you can see him like, kind of like looking in his own mind. I don't know, maybe. But she's worshipped by people.
Good for her.
I think at this point, like, Trebor is probably recalling the previous adventure with the White Queen and is now drawing like a comparison between the White Queen and this bust.
Mm-hmm.
And he's probably actually going to say to Dab, I don't know that I want to grab that.
All right. I trust your judgment.
Again, going on that feeling of he doesn't want anybody to be mad at him. If this is a statue of some kind of god, he doesn't want he doesn't want to upset anybody.
As a special request. As y'all contemplate, you do hear that knocking at the door again.
And this is at our door? The door, like, of the room we're in?
Yes, at the door, above which you see that bust.
Do we want to open that?
Trebor was not whispering beforehand, but he's going to start whispering. Guys, we're not supposed to be in here. I think we could... I think we might have made a mistake. We probably shouldn't have. I don't think it's entirely legal what we've done here.
Is this someone's house?
It might be. Can Trebor, he has terrible insight, but he's going to try anyway. Can he make some kind of insight or perception check to think, like, would it be more trouble to admit that we broke into this house and apologize? Or would it be better if we just pretended, or like if we pretended that we weren't in here?
I have an idea. They're knocking. We just pretend we belong here.
I'll roll with it.
Snap.
So then Enoki goes, come in.
I don't think Trevor's fully for the idea, but you say come in before he can really do anything else. So he'll just like, I can see there's like a bookshelf over here. I'm going to move my token just a little.
Great.
He's going to like lean up against the bookshelf and just run with the plan of like, I am here with my many leather-bound books.
Dab takes out her pipe and starts packing it.
Great. So, with everyone in position, after Enoki calls out, come in, you hear that knocking again.
Enoki leans into the group. You think it's locked?
I hope so.
I mean, like, let's just roll with it. Let's just, like, open the door.
I'm going to ask again. Can he make a perception check to see, like, how deep in this are we? Can we still pretend like we aren't here and nobody gets mad at us? Or do we have to just, the jig is up, open the door?
Well, the come in might have made the jig up.
Trebor will probably say to Enoki, I think one of us should open the door, but I think somebody should check out all that broken glass over there before we do it.
Dab is not going to volunteer to do that because she has bare feet.
Enoki sort of like notices that Trebor is like the bigger, sturdier person, and he reaches out and like touches him, and I cast resistance on him.
Oh.
It's a cantrip. It allows him, as long as he's willing, he can roll a d4 and add that number to a saving throw of his choice.
Oh, great.
He can, and it says that he can roll it before or after making a saving throw, just like in case.
Sounds good.
Sweet.
Okay. So, does that mean Trevor's going to the door while Enoki goes for the glass?
Yeah, I go check out the glass. I got a pretty good sort of perception of things, especially considering that I'm used to the dark, being a mushroom.
Sounds good.
I think I'm gonna Trevor's gonna go to the door slowly and give it a second before he opens it, to try and buy Enoki some time to get a good look at that glass.
Great.
And then I will open the door if I can.
Absolutely. I mean, Inoki, when you look at the broken glass, there's nothing special about it. It just looks like glass that has broken off from the cabinets. There's nothing peculiar. There aren't any auras coming from it. And as Trebor opens the door, you do hear the knock at the door even as you're opening it, but there's nothing on the other side.
Can I ask a question about the shelves that are here?
Yes.
Is there any like empty spaces that like looks like something was here and like taken, or like does it look like the shelves are still full?
There may be some open slots that were taken by the books that are on the ground next to the desk.
Okay.
But I will open up this door for Trebor to peek through.
Perfect. That's what I was going to ask.
And
I don't see anyone on the other side.
you don't see anyone on the other side. You don't smell or sense anyone on the other side either. Now, in the hallway, there is a door across from the door you've just opened. And you also would note that this hallway is quite dusty, with some smashed end tables and chairs filling up most of the space, as well as some paintings along the walls. You would note that towards the north, there is a smashed table and chair, and then towards the south, it seems to extend a little bit farther down. You would see that there are a couple paintings. There is a door south to the west, as well as an opening south to the east. And it also continues a little bit farther down, too.
As he opens the door, Noki calls out, "Who was it?"
No one?
Weird.
And Noki
I
sort of like
smell
looks to
like-
Dab and goes, is he the jokester of the group?
No.
Trevor's going to take a step out into the hall, if that's copacetic.
Do it. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah,
Dab
that
is
gives
gonna
me...
follow, and first thing that I can put my hands on that is less than 10 feet. Gonna cast light.
Great. Yeah, I would say you could very easily touch. There's a painting. There's also the door across. There's also the door that you've just stepped out of. If you wanted to, you could touch that door handle and create light from there too.
Let's do it.
Great.
Trebor has his backpack, right? He has all of his stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. It may not matter. You may not want it, but he does have a torch. If you would like that.
I'm sure Dab has a couple, but also it's just more fun to use cantrips.
No
Okay.
worries.
Do you like audibly offer a torch, or is this like a nonverbal like communication between you two?
Trebor will ask if she wants one.
So hearing that, Inoki says, if you use fire, I can enhance it a bit.
That is so cool.
Trebor doesn't really need it, so it's kind of in your guys' hands if you want to use this torch or not.
See, so like I can just and I'm just gonna just touch whatever is in with arm's reach and just make it light up.
Well, for reference, I guess, Inoki takes out I guess the equivalent of a match, like maybe just like a little stick or something that lights it, and then I cast Control Flame, and I use it to magically double the area of bright and dim light that the fire emits.
Ooh, sick.
Launch move.
Okay. Would you like to have your super match in your hands?
I do it mostly to show them, like,
Okay.
and then if like they don't really say anything, he just like puts it out.
I don't think Trebor will say anything, but he'll reach into his backpack and hand you a torch, so you have that if you need it.
Okay.
Okay, so then I guess in this moment, Inoki takes the torch, still holding the little match, like doesn't even touch them, and they cast Control Flame again, which jumps the fire from the match to the torch and lights it without even touching them.
Great. All right, in this case, Inoki, I'm going to...
Oh yeah, I should move myself by Trebor if he's handing me that.
create some light for you.
Yeah, so for reference, the spell says I can double or half the area of bright light and dim light cast by the flame, change its color or both, and then it lasts for an hour.
Do you want to double it?
Yes, I will double the area of brightness. It doesn't make the flame bigger. I can make the flame bigger if I want, but it just doubles the brightness.
Great. Okay. So you should be emitting light now. If you move your way out into the hallway, that should be visible to you.
I'm just a beacon now.
Great.
The beacons are lit.
Do you do anything about this door as you all step into the hallway?
I think Trebor pretty purposefully leaves it open.
Okay.
Unless somebody else...
Inoki probably reaches to close it because we were talking about possibly pretending we weren't here.
Oh, okay. Great. Okay. You close that door. You have a door across, as well as some paintings along the hall heading south. There's a door south on the west wall. There's a passage that winds around to the east, and you can continue forward south. You also note that when you close that door, you hear the knocking coming from inside that room now.
Do you want me to see who it is?
Yeah.
Inoki opens the door. Who is it?
And there's no one there.
Is there someone in there?
Nope.
These damn kids. Ding dong ditch.
I think, okay, a little bit of insight into Trebor in this moment. Obviously, like I said, he comes from a culture of like toxic masculinity, and he's done a lot of work to try and like let that go. The one thing he still really has trouble with is putting a brave face on things. He has a hard time admitting when he's scared. Especially if he feels like he has people to protect. But this is now very thoroughly creeping him out. But he is also thinking that the guard mentioned that a servant went missing here. And I think he no longer takes this as just some silly, let's break in and steal something dare. Now he's like, there's a person in here who needs our help. And so his mind is now like he's focused on how can we find this person. So he'll probably say to Dab and Inoki, the guard said somebody is lost in here. I didn't understand everything he was talking about. A lot was happening, but I think at this point we have two options. We leave the way we came, bring him some of these papers or something as proof that we were in here, or we find the person that he said was lost.
Why did we come in here again?
Just didn't want anybody to be mad at me.
The guard asked to prove something, correct?
They wanted us to prove that we're heroes. So, like, let's just go be heroes.
If that's what you guys want, I am here for the ride.
Yeah!
Great. So I will tell you, from where you are, as you get your bearings, these paintings, I'll do a little measuring tool so y'all know. There's one right there. There's one right there. There's one right there. The first one, you notice that there's an enormous whirlpool in the middle of an ocean with a sailing vessel trapped in the current. The second one, there's a large field where the grass fades from a beautiful verdant green to a dry, crisp yellow, and then to a dead, ashy black. And finally, there's a small island on a sea of calm, dark water, inhabited by some sort of fairy-like creatures that are in the middle of a ritual-like dance. And all these paintings, they look like they were very well painted by a talented painter, and they have this eerie, otherworldly quality to them. And as y'all are standing here, each of you would hear, I would say maybe from Inoki's point of view, you hear the floorboards creaking behind you. Trebor, it sounds like it's coming from in front of you, and Dab, it sounds like it's coming from behind you.
Guys, what if we're the ones that got lost in here and it was a prophecy?
No. I can't deal with that. No. I'm sorry. No.
I think Trebor gives that a tremendous amount of thought, or at least like as much as he can. Before he kind of decides, I'm just going to act and not think, because if I think for too long, I will get very scared.
All right.
Mr. Trebor, if you were to capture somebody in a house like this, where would you keep them?
This question is wild to Trebor. He's totally flummoxed by it. I think all Trebor really has in his mind right now is, as it stands currently, he can see 2 doors that he could open and look inside for the person who's gone missing. And so I think he's going to, there's the door directly in front of where we're standing there on the other side of the hall. I think he's going to kind of like nod his head towards that. And he says, there?
And Inoki, like without hesitation, goes to like reach for the door to open it.
Okay. It's not locked. As you open it, you notice that the room is in disarray. The sheets are slashed and torn. There was a once fine desk in the room that's smashed and broken. One of its legs is torn off. The desk itself looking as though an axe had been taken to it. But aside from that, and maybe a few broken bottles of ink and pieces of parchment, this looks empty, though there is a door to the south that is closed.
Another door means another room. We could go there.
Dab's gonna try the door.
All right.
Can I see the fear on like Trebor's face, or like would you say he hides it pretty well?
We could do this mechanically. I can roll performance or deception, and you could roll insight.
All right, yeah, let's do it.
Let's see. What do I have
Sweet.
better on?
While y'all are doing your rolls, I will tell you what Dab sees in this bathroom. There is a pristine, sparkling white marble bathtub. There's a sink basin that's white with a red water substance stopped in the sink and a few small white objects cluttered at the bottom of the basin. There's nothing else in this room.
What are the objects at the basin?
If you look a little closer, it looks like they're teeth.
Dab is going to take them.
Okay. And that red water substance will clear into the drain. All right. Y'all want to resolve your insight and performance?
Yeah, I got 12.
I got a natural 1.
So, like, is Trebor just shaking in his boots or something then?
I don't think Trebor isn't a scaredy cat by any stretch of the imagination. I think the thing that you will easily be able to see through is he's trying to project that he has no fear whatsoever, and you're able to see he clearly is, at the very least, he's creeped out. Like, he's afraid, but he's not letting that stop him from doing what he thinks he needs to do, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
Great. Excellent.
Oh boy.
So, y'all know what's in this bathroom. What's your next move?
I think Trebor just as confidently as he can says, well, nobody lost in here, and goes back out into the hall trying to act like business as usual.
The way your token moved, like, just looked like he was like, I gotta get out of here.
I think the teeth on the ground he did not like. He was grossed out by them.
Oh no, we've lost Rachel.
Rachel. Where's Rachel?
Rachel!
Yeah.
I was actually talking about Batman earlier, so it's perfect because I said something. I was like, I swear to God. And I was like, swear to me.
Sorry, y'all. We are experiencing some technical difficulties, but we're working on it. Currently working on it.
If it's okay, I would like to do something then while we're like resolving this with Trebor.
Sure.
As he like goes to like pass me, I sort of like reach out and I grab his wrist, and I'm going to use a 2nd level spell slot and cast Bark Skin on him.
Oh.
So it makes his skin like rough and bark-like, and it makes it so his AC cannot be less than 16, no matter what kind of armor or anything he's wearing.
Sick.
Oh.
And that's for the next hour that you have a 16 AC. Just
Okay,
sort of seeing him like scared, like I want to give him like a sort of more resistance.
Sweet. I'm gonna make a note of that. Thank you. That's a huge boost.
Rachel.
Hi.
Hello.
Rachel.
Sorry about that.
You're good. Welcome back. Okay.
What did I miss?
As Trebor walked past Inoki cast Bark Skin upon Trebor to give him a bit of a boost in armor class.
I think Trebor kind of feels the effect of the spell and has some basic understanding of what Inoki has done. And he'll look up where Inoki's eyes are. Eyes in quote. I don't really know what his eyes look like very much, and he'll say, "Thank you. We better go. We better find the next room." And continues out into the hallway.
Okay.
Is there like does the creaking seem to move like with us, or does it stay like in the hallway where we heard it?
Well, it seems like it's moving about the hallway, though every now and then that knocking that appears is it seems to travel from door to door.
Every time that I hear it on the door that we like the room we first came in, every time I hear it there, I'll open it and be like, "Hello."
Great. And you don't see anything. So, where are y'all going?
Trevor's continuing down the hallway here. Oops, overshot. And there's the door right here, so I think he's gonna... And I guess... Is everybody wanting to travel as a group, or would there be any discussion of, like, splitting up and searching?
Inoki's still following Trebor.
Yeah, Dab is not going to split up. I can't see the map, though. My computer came back. The map did not.
Oh, it might take a second to...
Yeah, I see you in the player list, but I don't see you on, like, where it says second floor. I don't see you in there.
Cool.
Do the paintings, like, are they different than when we first saw them, or do they stay the same?
At the moment, they're the same.
Okay. I'm picturing, like, some Harry Potter, like, moving painting stuff. Or, like, Mario and the paintings are doing stuff.
I dig it. Okay.
You said just this last painting here, you can see like where my cursor is hovering.
Yes.
You said that was like depicting some kind of like Fey ritual.
Yes.
I mean, Fey is very in touch with nature, and that's something from orc culture that really resonated with Trebor and something that's still a part of him. Could he make some sort of nature check to see if he has any sort of frame of reference for what this ritual might be?
Give it a shot. While Trebor is doing that, what is Inoki doing and what is Dab doing?
Inoki is watching Trebor still, trying to get like a grasp of like what the goal is, what we're doing, what the plan is, but also sort of watching the painting still. Inoki like knows like Sylvan and Elvish and Druidic and stuff, so he's probably like looking at the Fey ritual painting as well with Trebor.
Okay. I'm gonna shift us all outside real quick and then try to shift us back to the second floor, and hopefully...
Oh, there she is on the top there.
Let's see, it might take a second for it to load.
I can see it again.
I can also see it again.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Rachel.
Right, unfortunately for me, I still can't.
Oh no.
She might have to watch the YouTube video.
In this case, would you mind closing the browser and reopening it? I wonder if... I'm going to try something real quick while you're doing that. I'll update your token while we're working on this.
Less. What I'm thinking Dab is doing is just basically like keeping close to the group, but looking in every room that she can get into.
Okay. In that case, there is the door coming up that Trebor's next to while Trebor is looking at the ritual of the Fae. And what is Inoki doing?
Inoki is also looking at the painting. They have like Druidic Sylvan like knowledge, so
great.
They're also interested in the painting.
For both of you, would you like to decide who makes the nature and then whoever does it gets advantage?
Am I allowed to be meta and ask what his nature bonus
absolutely.
is? What do you got on nature?
I have a +2 to that. I'm proficient in it, so.
I have a +4.
I think you're probably the better choice in this instance.
Okay, I'll roll an advantage then. Not roll great, but 13.
Okay. In this case, I mean, what you see, it seems like the ritual isn't right. It seems like this depiction has been done by someone who doesn't understand Fey rituals. And so none of the elements are arranged in the proper way to do anything. It seems more for the sake of the beauty of the piece as opposed to documenting something practical.
Okay. Can I like touch it? Like, does it feel like a painting or does it feel off?
It feels like a painting, an oil painting. It has this eerie quality to it, but feeling it, you don't get any other sensations from it.
Okay.
Rachel, did it work?
Yes, I can see the
thank
map
goodness.
now.
Thank goodness.
Let's go through a door.
Great. Okay. This door that Trebor is next to, I'm going to crack that open for y'all. And
bottle.
what y'all will see is that there's a large table in the center. There is a knife with a dried red substance upon it. There is a large, comfortable, dusty red sofa. Next to it, there is an end table, and there is a glass, like dome. And within that glass dome, there is a golden scarab-like beetle crawling around. Now, also, above this, there is a little painting. And, oh wait, no, sorry, not right there. I messed up a little bit adding the elements. The painting is to the west. I'm going to do a little measuring tool towards it. And this painting depicts an artist feverishly working on a canvas. And it's like we're peeking over their shoulder, and the painting itself that the artist is working on, well, it is an image of a beautiful young girl. However, the subject that he's referencing, though it doesn't look like he's looking at the subject, sitting there is a corpse, long since decomposed.
In the painting or in the room?
In the painting.
Okay.
So it's like a painting of a painter painting.
Okay.
You also would see there's some scattered books, and there is in the corner, and I'm going to do a little measuring tool, a taxidermied orangutan.
Of course, there's an orangutan.
Can I do a medicine check on the knife to see if it's like actual blood or like something that just looks like it?
Yeah, go for it. Whilst you're doing that, what are Dab and Trebor doing?
Dab is going to absentmindedly pet the orangutan a little bit. But I also want to take a closer look at the scarab that's crawling around in that glass dome.
Okay, great. And what was your medicine?
26.
26. It's definitely blood.
Is it dried or does it seem fresh?
It's dried. It looks like it's not, I'd say based on your check, older than a few weeks dried.
Trebor, could this be your guy?
Dab, you go to pet the orangutan. And it feels almost like its eyes shift to focus on when Inoki grabs that knife. But otherwise, it doesn't do anything. And you look at the scarab. The scarab is just crawling about underneath that glass dome. It seems like whoever is closest, it goes towards that part of the glass. What is Trebor doing?
You said that there were some discarded books. I think Trebor kind of goes over here and starts kind of checking the books.
Roll an investigation for me.
Ooh, really not his strong suit. Yeah, that's a 3.
Okay. I mean, you take a look at those books, but none of them are really standing out. It doesn't seem like any of them are focused on poetry.
With a 3, can I get a vague sense of what the books are about? Might be too much to ask for, but
they seem to be about, well, there's one that's focused on the rules of card games. There's another one that is, it seems more focused on strategy, strategy in the art of war. There's another one that it's underneath the desk, and I mean, taking a look under there, you do note that one, it's a little bit thinner. It looks like there's something underneath it, propping it up a little bit. But that last one, based on where you are, based on like its placement, you'd have to take it out to see what it is. While that's going on, Dab, you pet the orangutan, you looked at the scarab. What are you gonna do?
Oh, I'm taking the scarab. Like I'm taking the glass dome.
Okay.
We're about to be cursed.
I think
Dab,
oh, sorry.
you have the scarab. You have the glass dome.
I've seen the mummy. I know where this is going.
You can put that in your inventory. Glass dome scarab.
Nice. I need to think of a name for glass dome scarab. His name is Gummy.
Okay. Great.
Is there any blood on the ground around this knife, or is it just the knife? Like, does it look like it was placed here, or it was used here?
Looks like it was placed here.
I think Trebor, in response to Inoki's question, he won't answer the question directly, but he'll look at the knife and he'll say, "Why don't you hold on to that?" Doesn't want to leave a weapon ready and available in case there's someone in the house who can use it.
So, sort of like looking at it, looking back up at you, I can take it if you think that it'd be useful, yeah.
Yeah, Trebor nods. And then
Maybe we'll find where it was used, someplace it fits.
Great. Like a key. Excellent.
Like a glass slipper type of situation.
Yeah. If the knife fits. So you have a blood-stained knife. You can put that in your inventory. Trebor.
what every little girl dreams of. The glass slipper that is the bloody knife.
What you gonna do, Trebor?
I think Trebor, obviously in the last room, walked in, was like, "There's nobody in here. Okay, let's leave." I think now he's trying to elevate his thinking a little bit, and he's he's trying to play chess instead of checkers. If you kind of get the drift, he's not very good at either of those. But he definitely feels like he wants more information, and so he's gonna go for that book that's underneath the desk.
Great. You grab a hold of that book, and as you pull it out, you do note the object that was underneath it. It looks like a white performer's mask. Now, with the book in hand, it looks like a beginner's spell book.
Is this a door here by where I put an Oki?
Yes. Would you like to open it?
Yes.
You crack it open, and you see a banister, and it looks like stairs that lead down.
May have found something, guys.
I mean, if I were holding somebody prisoner in a manner like this, yeah, I would be in the basement. And Dab is going to go through and go that way.
Okay.
And Inoki whispers to Trebor, "Do you think she did it?"
Trebor looks back at him, about to confidently say, "No, of course not," but then stops to think about the question and goes, "Maybe." Gives it another thought and goes, "Nah, probably not. She's been with me for like a while." Trebor is going to leave all of the books in there, and he is going to follow after Dab.
Okay. Leave the books. Are you going to put the book back on top of that performer's mask underneath the table?
No, I think he'd put the book just on top of the table. And then he'd leave.
Okay. Great. So, as y'all step out, are you going downstairs?
Yeah.
All right.
Do we still hear the creaking and stuff, or is it sort of stopped now that we're on this side?
Well, you would still hear it a bit from the hallway. It seems like every now and then it comes a little bit closer. You might hear the knock from the door that originally led you into that room, but beyond that, it doesn't seem to have heightened or lessened very much. And I'm going to drag y'all onto the main floor. Oh, whoops, I've dragged 2 Dabs.
Gotta pace yourself.
I want to go. Yeah, it's pretty heavy on the dabs.
Here we go. No key. I'm gonna give you that sick light again.
Remind me, is Dab a halfling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh boy. Well, this is
Great.
Yeah, there's nothing sinister about this room.
What y'all do see here is that there are a few, quite a few runes that have been drawn on this circle around a prone woman who's not moving. You hear the rain outside continuing to pour, a clap of thunder, a flash of lightning. And here, with these runes, these symbols, each of them have this soft, greenish, blackish glow. Wisps of shadow that trail off the writing and they float upwards before disappearing.
So this woman is not moving. Can we tell if she's breathing, alive?
I was going to ask that too.
You might need to get a little closer to do that.
All right, I'm going to get closer. I'm not going to get inside the circle.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you're going to do a medicine for me?
Sure.
All right. While Dab is doing that, what are Trebor and Inoki doing?
So just to clarify, you said that these symbols are painted on the floor here,
Yes.
and that circle is painted there as well.
Yes.
Trebor doesn't know a lot about magic,
Mm-hmm.
but he does understand that the symbols are going to be important to whatever's happening here. So he's probably going to take one of his handy dandy hand axes and he's going to chip up the paint in that circle and try to disrupt the power that's happening here.
Okay. Well, before you get to doing that, we have you going to chip. We have Dab wanting to check on the status of the woman. What is Inoki doing? Like, all of you it'd be very clear what each of you are doing in this moment, especially as Trebor is taking out his hand axe.
Inoki would probably be sort of getting a lay of the room. So like walking around the side and just checking out like what is going on in the room outside of this person in the middle.
Okay. All right. In that case, could I have Inoki do an investigation? What was your medicine, Dab?
27.
Okay. She does seem to be alive.
Did you say 27?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, she does seem to be alive, but beyond that, as far as like someone sleeping, she doesn't have the same sort of like her breathing. Everything doesn't feel right. It feels like almost as though the body is paralyzed here.
Does it seem that she's aware of any of her surroundings at all, or just completely unconscious?
Unconscious, unaware. It feels as though maybe there's something connected to this circle with her. Now, before I get to the chipping, I need what was your investigation, Inoki?
About 10. Pretty average.
Okay. Beyond the circle itself, you would note that there are a few doors. That door is closed right there. There's another door north to the east closed. There's a passageway to the east, and this carpet has been rolled up to allow for these runes, but beyond the runes themselves, there's not much of note here.
What is this like opening spot that's by where Inoki is?
Right here?
Yeah.
That is the boarded up front doors.
Okay. If I were to like walk to this side of the room, could I see like what's sort of down the pathway, or?
You would note that this door is open right here. And the hallway continues down, and you would see like half of a door at the end. And then it turns to the right, towards the south, relative to the map. Trebor, you start chipping. And it feels like when you go at it with your hand axe that the magic here, it's part of it is like binding, But then you also feel as though there's something connected with the circle and the woman that's sustaining her.
Understood. Yeah, he will stop. He will stop then. I think his initial instinct was maybe the circle was harming her, but if he gets the instinct that it's what's keeping her alive, he will stop immediately.
Do I have a spell? I'm not sure if it would work because it's choose an object to touch through the casting of the spell. If it is a magic item or some other magic imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use and how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it. Can I do that on the floor?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
So, you cast that spell, and what you feel is that these runes, many of these runes, have to do with life and death. And it feels like this is a ritual designed to tether and bind a soul into a body. Now, if you disturb the circle without, in this case, it feels as though the soul of this body is not here. And if you disturb the circle without putting the soul back, the soul may be lost forever.
Do
Now,
I get any indications to where the soul might be?
down.
Down.
Now, as far as this ritual is concerned, with the casting of that spell, I'd tell you that if you can destroy the vessel that the soul is now trapped in, or kill the one who performed said ritual, this barrier will be dropped and the soul can return.
You guys, we have to go. There's got to be a basement or something. We've got to go downstairs. Whatever's doing this is in the basement.
I think Trebor will come over here, not passing through the circle. That he would carefully go around to the outside of the circle, but get a little closer to Inoki and say, "What's over there?"
There's a door, and the hallway turns.
So just to clarify the layout, Matt,
Yes.
the stairs that we came down, they go down even further into a basement?
No, they land right here.
Okay.
So there's a door. I'm moving my token over here.
Yes.
Anything behind that door?
Will you open it?
Yes.
Great. You crack that open, and you notice that it's a small closet filled with moldy coats and jackets. And, I'll create a little light here. But beyond that, you don't notice anything of interest there, aside from many coats.
And then the front door is over here.
I think the front door is the big opening.
Yeah, the front door is over here.
Gotcha. Then what's behind door number 2?
Behind this door, and I'll create some light here too. You would note that it's a spare bedroom. There's a small plain bed. There is a small silver bell, as well as a table and a chair that's tucked in. The bell is on the nightstand next to the bed.
I'm gonna grab the bell.
Okay.
While she's checking out stuff, can I see if there's a stab wound on this body?
There does not seem to be a stab. And I would say that Dab would have seen that too.
Okay.
With that medicine check. Y'all would know that there's no stab wound on her.
Just trying to find out where this knife goes.
So this door that's open down the hallway there, that's the first open door we've seen, right?
Yeah.
I think
I
that
don't know if I trust it.
Well, you would hear through that door a little bit of a squeaking, and it also sounds like, I mean, since you have experience being one recently, Inoki, it sounds like rats in there that are eating.
That answers the question I was going to ask.
Trebor is going to go have a look.
Okay. And Dab, make sure to note that you have a small silver bell in your inventory.
Noted. Looking through doors. Gotta
Great.
find stairs.
Inoki, are you going along with to look into that door or going farther down the hall?
I might come like a little bit further down the hall to like this side.
Okay. Well, you would note that this room, this dining room, is relatively intact. There's a large wooden dining table surrounded by 7 chairs. There are several plates of rotten, spoiled food. The stench wafts out and is abysmal. The rats in there on the table are eating this rotten, spoiled food. And, I mean, they're kind of fighting each other to get at the food. They seem quite hostile.
Funny thing is, I don't think Inoki can smell, so it just seems like normal food to him as far as he can tell.
Oh, great. You would also note that within that room, there is a door that heads east. And of course, from here, there is the door to the east directly from y'all, as well as the path winding around towards the south.
Yeah, I think Inoki would come this way to see what goes down the hallway then.
Okay.
I think Trebor will go with him because that dining room might be the most normal thing we've seen in this house.
Great. Great. There is a door to the east, very close to you. There's another door slightly farther south to the west. There is a second door slightly farther south to the west.
Does it the end where on the east, is that like does it look like an opening, or can we not tell from this distance?
No, it would just be a hallway straight down.
Okay.
That is I made a little mistake constructing this map. So
Okay.
Ignore that portion.
Now we found like a family room or something.
Nay.
Well,
Dab just wants to open doors to find stairs.
Okay. Do you want to open this first door to the east?
Let's do it.
Okay. Within this room, you would note that this room lies cold. There are cobwebs and dust. This looks like a kitchen. There is a door to the south of this room as well.
Dab is going to check the door to the south as well.
And at
And
that
Inoki's
door,
going to open the one that I'm at.
great.
Trebor has moved down to the door furthest east, I think you said. And he's going to open the door he's at.
Okay. So, Dab, from where you are, you would note that you've opened a door to the pantry. And here, you see empty shelves collecting more dust, cobwebs, small stacks of unspoiled grain, dried preserves. Would you roll real quick an investigation for me? And while you're doing that, Inoki, you open up this door and you notice that there's a small bed. There's a chair next to it, as well as a large shelf with books, and also like little like vials. There's also a desk with paper on it as well as a chair. Now, Trebor, when you open that door, you see stairs that lead down. So I'm going to go back to Dab real quick. What was your investigation?
12.
12. As you, you note that there's nothing of note in that pantry, but you do see a little pool of blood that is to the northeast. I'm going to do the measuring tool. And it is, it seems to be coming out from this fireplace.
Great. Dab is going to move back into the hallway, meet up with other people.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Is Dab still walking around just like slinging light spells?
If there's anywhere that she gets to and she can't see, yeah.
Great.
It's a cantrip.
Yeah. Inoki, in this room, would you roll an investigation for me?
That'd be a 10.
Okay. With a 10, you would note that amidst the vials of liquids, oils, ointments, like more homeopathic remedies, there are 2 healing potions among them.
Okay. I want to grab those. And if Dab is where she is, when I exit the room, I hand one to her.
Hey, thanks.
Great.
Trebor will probably look down the hall at the other 2 and say, there's a room here that's just for stairs. Pretty weird and suspicious, I think. And then he's going to start going down the stairs.
Okay.
To the stairs. Let's go.
When Inoki gets to Trebor, they give Trebor the other healing potion.
Great.
Oh.
Excellent. Who is leading the way?
The Barkskin Barbarian, I think.
I think Trebor's willing to take the lead on this one.
I need a perception check from Trebor.
He's not necessarily the right guy to be doing this. Yeah, that's an 8.
Fantastic. With Trebor leading the way, who is directly behind? Is it Inoki or Dab?
I'd say Dab.
Okay, cool. Well, in that case, Trebor striding forward with now a healing potion. It's quite dim. Like even though you have dark vision, there's just a little bit of darkness here that seems a little suffocating. You take those 4 first steps, and then I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Oy.
Okay, I have an advantage against any effect that I can see while I'm, not blinded, deafened, or incapacitated. Does that apply here?
You cannot see this.
Oh, boy. That is a natural 20.
Sick! Okay. What you note is that you take those 4 steps, and then as you're about to take that next one, your foot keeps going down, and you realize that there's no next step. And in this case, maybe just out of instinct of, what's going on here? I'm going to have you scramble forward, in which case, with your natural 20, you end up landing, maybe roll a couple of steps, and then when you look back up, you notice that 4 steps in this staircase are missing. And could I have Dab roll a perception for me?
Could I do while I'm falling just like a quick, hey, look out?
Oh, you can tell them about that. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
But I still need a perception.
$13.
Great. So, with Trebor's help, you do realize that 4 steps down there is a pit. But additionally, you hear it sounded like when Trebor took those first 4 steps that there was a clicking sound as the 4th step depressed a little bit. It sounds like some mechanism has been activated. Now, as Trebor called out for y'all to watch out, in that split second, y'all see something come sliding amidst that opening in the stairs. And it looks like it was sharp.
I'm gonna turn to Enoki and say, there's steps missing here. Are you gonna be able to get down?
Do these stairs seem like sturdy? Because Enoki does kind of weigh a bit.
The stairs seem sturdy. Absolutely.
And then, so is it like a swinging thing, or like what?
Yeah. As
Okay.
as y'all are considering, it comes back and you can just feel the wind of this sharp object.
Oh, it's the pit and the pendulum. Oh no. Trebor doesn't know that, but oh no.
Yeah, no, Dab did not know to expect an orangutan. I did.
Correct.
Dab is going to jump over it.
All right. I will need you to do an acrobatics.
That's the hope.
Yes.
14.
Great. I also need you to do a perception as far as recognizing the pattern of the pendulum.
22.
Great. Yeah, you're able to time it. And you go to leap, and you feel as you land on the other side, you feel yourself slip almost just a little bit. And then you feel the blade just behind you whoosh by. But you're able to regain your footing, and you're across.
Enoki's gonna follow suit.
All right. I'm going to need those 2 rolls for you as well.
I'll roll perception first.
Okay.
That would be a 26.
Great. Yeah,
then
you're
you
able
said
to figure out the
acrobatics?
pattern. Absolutely.
12.
All right. You know the timing, and you're focused on the timing, but you go to leap, and you just miss it. In this case, maybe it's just a matter of just one of the steps as you're going down, when it shifted a little bit, it didn't give you the proper grounded footing to generate enough force. I need you to do a dexterity saving throw for me.
Crap. I was thinking about casting that resistance spell myself, but I was like, I don't need a saving throw right now.
Oh, no.
You said dexterity save?
Yes.
That's going to be a 6.
Okay. So, you got the timing right. You didn't make it. You fall. I'm going to roll some falling damage for you. Four points as you miss and you rebound and fall to the bottom of this pit. From below, you do see the swoosh, swoosh of the pendulum. What are y'all gonna do?
Just to clarify, is Trebor in the pit, or is there like...
You're on the other side, as is Dab.
Well, I do have my bag with me. I should have some rope in there.
Great.
So I could lower that. Let me just double check that. Yeah, just some hempen rope. 50 feet of it. Is 50 feet of it enough?
Oh, that's enough. But what are you going to do about the pendulum?
Swinging back and forth, and it's sharp.
Yes.
Oh, that's a great question. Can I make any sort of I'm not the right guy to do this. Could Dab and I make perception checks to see if we see any sort of mechanisms to stop the swinging?
Sure. In this case, could I have, all three of you roll a little perception check as you gaze upon the pendulum swinging back and forth.
12.
12?
I'll try it. That's a natural 20.
Sick. Great.
And then that's a 24 for Inoki.
Nice. Okay. So, it's clear for all of you that the chain of the blade, that would be something that you might be able to manipulate to try to stop this. I will tell specifically with Inoki and Trebor, with your high rolls, that it does seem to be quite a heavy chain and quite a heavy blade, in which case it may require someone on either side of the pit. If, say, you had a rope of some sort to try to stop the blade, two people might need to hold that rope in order to provide enough strength to stop.
Am I in the pit?
You are in the pit.
Okay. So, how big is the pit? Like around?
I'd say you've probably got 2 feet to the left of you, 2 feet to the right of you. As far as forward and back, there's not a lot of space. You would be able to make your way up to the point where you're almost to the stairs with just like a decent athletics. It's one of those things where you've got your feet up against the wall and your back against the wall, crawling up, something like that. And it's about 25 feet down.
Because if we really need to, I could turn to a spider and climb out.
Hey.
With regards, just to clarify, so
Yes.
you think I could probably get some rope around the pendulum, but it would take the strength of 2 people to actually slow it down and get it to stop?
Right.
And you will one person on each side of the pit?
One person on each side. Though, spider option That's pretty
Spider
solid.
option.
Spider option's pretty good.
I feel like the spider option's probably the best one. So I'm going to encourage Wes to move forward with that. But I was just asking a couple clarifying questions in case we needed a plan B.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. I'm going to burn a wild shape then. And
Great.
you guys see as Inoki just essentially disappears, I turn into just a tiny spider. And I crawl up the side of the wall.
Okay. And you're able to do so. And
I probably climb onto Trebor so that I don't have to just immediately drop the spider form just in case.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, you're able to climb up that wall, climb onto Trebor, assuming Trebor is willing.
I will say that for Trevor's part, he just watched his friend disappear into thin air and then a spider crawled onto him. So I don't know that this is necessarily... Do you communicate what happened in any way?
Have you seen those videos of that like little spider and he like dances and like he's just like doing stuff? Probably like as he crawls up, like there's like some movement to sort of like show like, hey, maybe this isn't a normal spider. But other than that, it didn't occur to Inoki to communicate that.
But I can see that this is like with the rat, this is a spider that looks metallic and...
Yeah, it is a rusted metallic spider.
I'll say that's enough for Trebor to get the hint and kind of be like, all right, buddy, take a seat.
Great. Okay. So, with that, y'all continuing down?
Feels like the clear path.
Okay. I'm going to activate the basement now. Throw a dab in here. Inoki and Trebor. Here we go. And I'd say, Dab, you're able to immediately throw some light down on. Once it gets to the basement on the banister.
Yeah, I was gonna say Inoki probably lost the torch falling and also would not have it as a spider.
I mean,
That's fair.
I all else fails, I can just pull the teeth out of my bag and light them all and just toss them around the room.
That's a cool party trick.
Thank you.
Now,
Trebor does have 60 feet of dark vision. Does that make me see more of the basement than the others?
I believe you do. Do you see right now? It might take a second to...
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
I do see that.
So,
I want to see.
from where y'all are, it takes
I
a
don't see
second
anything. I see
for
black.
your eyes to adjust. Hang on.
I will say, I guess a spider has 30 feet of dark vision.
Oh, great. Okay.
I had to Google that real quick just to make sure.
I've given you a little bit of dark vision. Here's what I'll tell y'all as y'all get down here. Now, you would note on this far end, I'll do a little measuring tool. Over here are candles. And these candles illuminate this wall and also a figure standing about 50 feet away from where Dab is. And this figure is a fairly small, thin gentleman with dark hair, standing motionless, though you can smell the stink of decay coming from him. He's wearing a black suit, a tux. Also, from where you are, you notice some crates to the north side, as well as some barrels to the south. And you can get the faint outline of a wall to the southwest, as well as what looks like the end of a bed and a box that resembles a coffin.
Can I climb down off of Trebor towards the figure that's standing in the middle of the room?
Yeah. While you're
I'm
doing
trying
that,
to sneak, if that matters.
I won't need you to make a roll. You are a spider.
Okay.
You're good. What were you saying, Rachel?
So from my medicine check earlier, am I able to see where, see that guy is connected to the spell, presumably?
Yes.
Cool.
I think I'll whisper to Inoki before he goes. So yeah, because he's standing about 50. I probably see that figure a little more clearly than everybody else does because of my dark vision.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll probably tell Inoki, be careful. And then, do I feel like this figure has noticed us?
It doesn't look like it's noticed you.
Again, stealth not necessarily Trebor's best.
Oh, hang on. I'm gonna give Dab some light real quick.
Please.
Yeah, I lost my token somewhere. I was trying to find it, but I don't know where it went.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Trebor.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna make a little marker over this should be where Inoki is. Oh, that's because I didn't give you any bright vision radius here. I'm gonna give this to you just to make this a little bit easier. Can you see now, Wesley?
I can see, but I only see Trebor's thing on there.
Oh, weird. I'm going to activate another scene and come back to this one.
Cool. Dab, have you cast your light cantrip on anything yet?
Yeah, I'm casting on the teeth and throwing them around to light the room.
Great.
Also, were they human teeth? Animal teeth?
Looked like human teeth.
Cool.
I'll create some pockets of light here and there. Can y'all see okay now?
Oh, yeah.
Less than before. Dimmer than before.
Oh, shoot.
For me, it kind of looks like you put dark mode on, like I can see it, but it's dim. But I also don't see any tokens.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to try this. Sorry, everyone, for the technical difficulties.
Yeah, it's weird because I also have the YouTube up, so I can see there are tokens on your screen.
I have the tokens on mine.
Okay.
I'm tokenless.
Oh, no.
Just living that high token life, I guess.
I'm not sure. I'm trying. You know what? For the sake of, I'm just gonna turn on, oh, hang on. Let's see if that'll reset anything.
The cursed basement.
Right? Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna remove your 2 tokens and put you back on. Vision.
There I am.
Vision. Oh, you see yourself now?
Yeah. Let's go up the
Great.
stairs.
Okay. I'm gonna pull Inoki.
So yeah, it snapped in. I can see now.
There we go. There we go. Sorry about that, y'all.
So Inoki would be coming up.
Great.
Noki's still in spider form.
Yeah.
We step down off the stairs. Does the figure, again, just still vacant, doesn't seem to know that we're there?
Yeah, it's not doing anything. It's just standing, facing those candles.
Oh, so we are maybe sneaking up behind it.
Yes.
Is this the only figure down here?
Right now, you note those boxes, you note these candles, the barrel, the bed, and the coffin.
And the tea.
But you would see, as Dab and Trebor get a little bit closer off the stairs, someone does step forward from down this way. And she stands tall, pale skin, ruby lips, green eyes, long curly red hair, wearing a white wedding dress. And she says, "Don't go near him."
And all 3 of us hear this?
Yes. Seems very stern, very adamant about this instruction.
Does the instruction make it seem like she wants us to, like, does it seem like she's trying to give them advice to help them, or to not, to like help the thing that they're approaching?
Well, I'm going to put her on the map real quick. And she's actually approaching y'all. Well, actually, she's approaching him, the figure. I'll say that she starts to approach. If you want to do anything, let me know.
Okay.
Does she have any connection to the woman upstairs?
Which woman up? Oh, the woman in the circle?
Yeah.
Oh, did you just say which woman upstairs?
Does she have any connection to the woman upstairs?
She looks.
Oh, which woman upstairs? Yeah. Are there more?
There was a woman being kept in a cage on the 2nd floor in a room we just didn't bother to go in.
Based on, with your check and everything, it doesn't look like she's connected. But she is moving towards the figure that's not facing you.
Before she can get to the figure, Trebor will probably kind of step over here and just hold out like an arm to like stop her from going to him.
And Inoki's going to head towards the coffin.
Okay. Sounds good. What is Dab doing?
I want to talk to this woman. We don't want to. We'll leave him alone. We'll leave him alone. But can we talk? Is that going to be okay? We'll do what you asked. We'll leave him alone. Do you?
Okay, good.
Okay, cool. Listen, do you want a cup of tea or something? I got some good teas. We can sit, we can talk. Love that. I can play some music. Do you like music?
I do hear wedding bells.
Okay. I got a bell I can ring if you like the sound of bells. Real quick question though. So there's a lady upstairs. She's not doing too great. Just wondering if you could help us help her. If you know what's going on and you can just point us in the right direction to maybe help get her safe and we'll keep this guy safe too. We just want to make sure everybody's okay. It's been a little while since she's had a hit, and all of this stuff has sobered her up a little bit.
Great. While that's going on, Trebor, you have your hand out to keep her from getting to him. And she's looking back and forth between Trebor and Dab. And it's like she wants to respond to Dab, but she also looks a little angry at Trebor for blocking her way. Now, over by the coffin, Inoki, could you roll a little perception check for me?
Yes. Cool thing about druids is when they turn into stuff, they get to keep their mental stats, so I get to use mine.
Sweet.
You said perception?
Yes, and I'll need you to do it with disadvantage.
Ooh. Oh, there's only one less. That's not bad. Let's see. 23.
Great.
That's the ultimate FU you could have just given to Matt in this moment. Matt's like, make that with disadvantage. You're like, well, will a 23 do it?
Yeah, it was a 17 and a 16.
From where you are, you smell that smell from this coffin, the decaying smell. You also smell someone here. Sweat. Coming from the bed.
So does it seem like a decayed smell, or does it seem like just a stinky person?
Stinky person.
Okay.
I think at this point, Trebor he's holding his arm out, and he'll kind of start lifting it up, kind of to indicate like, want to be friendly here. I think he's inclined to let Dab do the talking.
Okay.
But he'll kind of, with his body language, say like, sorry, I'm not trying to make a big deal of this. But probably he'll just say like, we need some answers, please.
Great. When you do raise your hands, she smiles. And she looks over to Dab. And she says, please, I just want you to see my handsome Ed made whole once more. And with that, he is going to turn around towards you, Dab. And you see initially, as he turns, the same sort of look he had in life, just as in that painting on the top floor. Messy hair, black mustache. But as he continues to turn, you see that part of his face has been eaten away by worms, one of which is currently crawling out of his nose. Various chunks of flesh have fallen away to reveal the bone underneath, and he stares at you with a vacant, almost dream-like quality.
Oh. You must love him very much.
Yes. You know, I was a painter. I just moved to town when I met him, and unfortunately, I was too late. While that's going on, what is Inoki doing?
I'm going to approach the smelly person that I saw or smelt so that I can sort of see what's going on with that.
Great. You get up to that spot, but you don't see anything. but you do smell, and you might hear just a little swish of clothing.
Is the sound coming from the coffin or the bed?
From the bed.
Can I climb up like the bedpost to get up like on it to see like what's in the bed?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Spider, climbing up. Perception with disadvantage, please.
Come on, don't fail me.
And while that's going on, Trebor, what are you doing? I mean,
So
you are
these are-
hearing her.
These ones
speak.
are also one off from each other, but they're up. So this would be a 24.
Great.
Dang.
And you feel like when you get on, it feels like there's someone sitting on the bed that you can't see them.
Is there like a lump in the blanket, or is it like
There's
like
a there's a
invisibility?
depression in it, almost as though when you get on top of it, you slide a little bit. So while you're thinking, Trebor, what are you doing whilst this woman in the wedding dress is talking about, well, her relationship with Ed?
Trebor is going to move towards Ed a little bit. And he's not trying to be obvious about it, but he is trying to put his body between them. So he doesn't want to like make her angry like he did before by like obviously holding out his hand.
Right.
But he is trying to continue the separation between them. And he's going to look at her and he's going to say, hopefully with the guise of sounding like he wants to help, even though he finds her super suspicious, with sort of the guise of like, oh, what can we do to help? He'll say to her like, what can be done to make Ed whole?
Oh. Well, also I want, Dab, what are you doing while she is talking about all this?
I'm trying to put the pieces together. Is Ed connected to the woman upstairs? Is that where her soul is?
Feels that way.
I mean, Dab is just putting this together, and it hurts real bad.
Okay. She continues and says, so I had moved to town when I met him, but unfortunately I was too late. He loved me so much that I became immortal in his work. And I want him to be given the same gift. Now that there are several living individuals here, I believe I have enough to finish the ritual. And here, I need everyone to roll for initiative.
Yeah.
And here, I will tell you with Inoki sussing out the position. She doesn't get a surprise round.
I did something, guys.
No.
Sweet. No surprise round. I love to hear that.
So I'm going to add...
7.
Was that 7 for Dab?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going to have to type in the initiative here. 7 for Dab. Great.
It's a 16 for Trebor for initiative.
Great. Oh, whoops, I added you twice. And I will update you to 16. How about Inoki?
That's a 21. My dice are hot tonight.
Sick. Sick. That's a 21 for Inoki. Let me update you.
So just a reminder, from my medicine check upstairs and my not just my medicine check, but my spell, that I cast, I found that either by destroying the person who cast the ritual, or do you have to destroy what is the person that? Okay, so it's either
The vessel,
destroy
yeah.
either of them.
Either the vessel or the person who cast it.
Gotcha.
Great. I'm gonna roll, and I'll just do this in the thing.
Lenore.
And in this moment, that image of Lenore that was near Trebor vanishes.
Oh boy.
And
Some sneaky magic stuff.
we're at the top of the order. Inoki, you are in spider form. What are you going to do?
So, based on what I was reading from this situation, then it seems that she wanted us to be sacrificed for her husband or whatever to be brought back. That's what I was getting out of it.
Yes, for Ed.
Then I'm going to crawl on her and give her a little bite.
Go for it.
Just a little one. Just a little one.
All right, let's see. That is a 16.
That will hit.
Okay, so it does 1 piercing damage and then a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, sounds good to me. All right, all right. Here is that. I'll do the roll and foundry for y'all. What is your DC?
It's 9.
Oh, she passes.
All right, then it's just 1 point of damage.
Okay, you're able to bite her real good.
Is she like standing on the bed, laying on the bed, like?
She's sitting on it.
Okay, yeah, then it would probably be like her arm or her thigh that I bit. Like I went on like whatever was the closest for me to get onto.
Sounds good to me.
And that'll probably be it for me.
Okay. So, that will bring us to... Oh, I have to... Sorry, I am not completely familiar with all of these functions, but I'm gonna... Here we go. It's her turn. She got bit by you, Inoki. I'm gonna have her do a quick little smack at you, thinking that you're just some little arachnid to be squished. So, here we go. That's a 23 to hit.
No, I'm just kidding. It hits.
Great. So, she's just gonna do 1 point of damage to you.
So that's the funny part. So she smacks me, and then I come back out 6'3" Inoki like on her arm.
Excellent. Okay.
So now I'm squishing her, I guess.
All right. And you see her looking at you with surprise in her eyes. And here, well, that will bring us to Trebor.
Oh boy. I think Trebor, just purely out of instinct, is like, well, it's fight time. Obviously, he sees a little bit of a commotion over by the bed.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to take a step towards Ed here.
Okay.
He'll turn and say, sorry, Ed.
All right.
I don't think he dislikes Ed, but unfortunately Ed is the boy toy of somebody who seems dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Trebor is going to go into a rage as his bonus action.
Okay.
And he is going to, let's see. Yeah, he's going to pull out his, you know what? He's going to pull out 2 hand axes. Mm-hmm. That way I can start using frenzy in the coming rounds. He's going to pull out 2 hand axes, and he's going to go ahead and take a swing at our friend Ed.
Okay, go for it.
Let's see. So I have made my sheet through D&D Beyond. Mm-hmm. For a hand axe, I have +6 to hit, but I'm also proficient in simple weapons, so I add that proficiency on top.
If it's in D&D Beyond, it usually has your proficiency already.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I was assuming, but...
Yeah, what you got?
Let's have a look. So that is an 18 on the die.
That'll hit.
+6, so it's like a lot.
Yeah, give me your damage.
Let's go ahead and do that. That's going to be 5 damage.
All right. Yeah, you're able to cut into his rotting, decaying flesh, but he is still standing.
To be expected.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So that's my action. I took some movement.
Yep, I don't remember for sure, but I think level 5 barbarian gets their second attack, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, I can go into a frenzy and make a second attack, but that's a bonus action, and I use my bonus action to go into a rage.
Oh, you get extra attack. If you take an attack with your action, you get to swing again.
Oh, sweet. Well, then, yeah, I'll, with the second hand axe.
Great.
Just kind of...
Go for it.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure it's level 5 that you get to do that.
Yes, absolutely.
So your frenzy would actually give you a third attack.
Sweet. So I'll use that in the future. Mm-hmm. So for now, that's a 16 to hit.
That'll hit. Give me your damage.
Also, not to like sort of like just insert myself and everything, but I'm not sure how D&D Beyond shows it because I've never played a barbarian on D&D Beyond. But I think you also get a bonus to your to hit thing when you're raging, like a +2 or something like that.
Oh, that's damage.
Oh, okay. I thought it was to hit as well, but all right. Just checking.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, rad. That is 9 damage on that second one.
Sick. Yeah, you're chopping away at him, just causing bits of decaying flesh to fly off.
And I think as he's doing it, Trebor is like, he's in a rage, so he's got like the intensity in his eyes, but he's also like, man, you just had a crush on the wrong girl. I feel bad. So he's just like, sorry, Ed.
Great. Does that complete your turn, Trebor?
Yes, I believe so. Unless anybody else has help they can throw me. So let's see. Oh, okay. So there is a +2 to melee damage when I'm in a rage, and I actually didn't add that to either.
Okay, so 4 more damage.
So 4 more damage.
Great.
Just double check the wording on that. And excellent. Yeah, we'll make that the end of my turn.
That'll bring us to Dab.
Is Ed responding to anything? Does he seem present at all? Like he can hear?
It looks like, as far as like where he's looking, he is looking at the woman on the bed. And he has like a flash of anger towards Enoki, who is currently attacking her.
I took his girl.
I'd like to cast Dissonant Whispers on Ed.
Okay, great.
So make a Wisdom saving throw.
Will do. Will do.
I don't know that it matters, but out of curiosity, is Lenore like seem like a normal like human, or like does she seem like decayed and weird too?
She does not seem decayed.
Okay.
Okay, here's that wisdom saving throw against your dissonant whispers, Dab. That is a fail. I'm certain.
So that will be 3d6 psychic damage. Let me get my d6.
Great.
And I want to specify that in the discordant melody that I am whispering to Ed, I am just trying to let him know how much this woman loves him, and that we understand that, but we can't let her hurt other people for their love, and that I hope that he understands.
Great. Give me that damage.
This group is everybody's so nice in this group.
That's going to be 12 damage.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. So, you send that melody and you see his body like bend over in pain. You hear the cracking of bones. And I believe there's another part of Dissonant Whispers, right? Where he has to move away from you.
Yes. Immediately use its reaction, if available, to move as far as its speed allows away from me, but
Great.
not onto obviously dangerous ground.
Excellent. Excellent. In that case, if Trebor wants to use a reaction, I would allow an attack of opportunity as he moves 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet away out of your reach. So,
yeah, I'll take that swing. That is a 19 to hit.
That is a hit. Give me your damage.
Sweet. Let's check it out. Dang. That is 11 points of damage.
11 points of damage. And with that reaction, you cut into him as he's moving away. And you... Where are you aiming?
I feel like we can see he's very clearly like rotting and decaying. It's probably pretty macabre of me to say, but there's probably not a lot of flesh on his neck. So I figure chop at like the neck area and see if we can remove the head from the body and see what that does.
Great. I'm going to do a little con save. I'm trying to hit 13. Okay. And you're able to successfully slice in, and you see his body crumple into two piles as you cut him down. And Ed is no more.
Oh boy. Do we have any frame of reference for, does that help the girl upstairs?
It does.
Yes, absolutely.
Cool.
And I'm going to remove Ed from the initiative order now. Dab, you used your action for Dissonant Whispers. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Let me see. Yeah, I am going to send some bardic inspiration over to Inoki.
Great. Excellent.
At level 5, is it a D6?
D8.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Sick. You want to tell me what that might look like, Rachel, as you send forth that energy to bolster Inoki in what might happen next?
At this point, she's not smoking, but it's just a strum of her lyre and a whisper of the sadness that she feels in this moment that combine together for this inspiration. So you've just got a little fluffy moat. It's not as vibrant as they usually are from Dab, but you've got that just sort of chilling around your head.
For flavor, you don't see the actual like body of Enoki react, but you see as the mushroom begins to sort of like it like shakes a bit in response to the inspiration coming his way.
Fantastic. Do you want to move, Dab?
I will take a couple of steps closer to the bed just so that I can start like getting a better look at Lenore.
Excellent.
Plan my next move.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Plan my next move.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. That will bring us back up to Enoki.
All right, so I'll use half my movement to stand up. So this part, I don't know if you care. It technically says that I need to do this in my free hand, but I'll say what I want to do, and then you can tell me if it's a no-go or not. So Enoki has a scabbard on his hip. There's a handle, and it looks kind of like a katana handle.
Mm-hmm.
And as he pulls it, you guys see it's a handle, but there's a broken blade. There's no blade on there. And then I use my bonus action to cast Flame Blade, so the blade comes up out of this broken handle.
Sick.
And so he's got the Flame Blade spell now.
Great.
And then I want to use my action to swing at Lenore with it.
Go for it.
I'm going to use that inspiration.
And I'll tell you, whatever you do, I am casting the shield spell.
Okay. That's a 16.
Okay. So, as you take that swing, feeling a little bolstered by that bardic inspiration from Dab, you feel as though there's some energy preventing you from striking through, but only just barely. As that shield spell was able to prevent you from connecting.
Let's see. Then I'm going to move closer towards Ed's body. So let's see, 5, 10. Wait, no, I stood up, so that'd be different. So 5, 10, 15. So it'd be here.
Great.
All right.
Excellent. Is that it for Enoki?
Yeah, I guess that'll be it for me then.
Great. Could I have all three of you roll an insight for me?
7.
Okay.
That's a 12 for Trebor.
Okay.
Also 12. I rolled low.
Okay. The way, Dab, you would hear the wail from her. Maybe from your angle, it's just not quite as clear. Trebor and Enoki, from where you are, you just see this anguish in her face as she yells, "You took Ed from me.
And I'll do it again, you wacky witch."
What's the point?
Trebor's angry.
And what she's going to do. Here we go. I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw. And I am making one for her as well, as she's caught in this.
14.
That's a 21 for Trebor.
Okay.
I have a question. So if it's poison related, it says that I have advantage. I just wanted to check.
This is not poison.
Okay.
I'll
Is it
tell you.
Fright?
No, it's not fright either. It's necrotic.
Ooh.
And the DC was 16. So what happens is...
So does that mean an 8 succeeds?
So, here we go. What happens is she points a wand to this point right here, and all 4 of you feel this dark energy ripple out from that point. Everyone below 16 takes 22 points of necrotic damage. Anyone who got 16 or higher, you take half.
Well, that's not great.
Now,
Yeah, no, that hurts.
here, let's see. She is going to stand up and she's gonna try to move past you, Inoki, so you will get a chance. Oh wait, no, she can't move that far. She's right next to you. It looks like she's going towards Ed's body,
What a coincidence. That's what I was doing.
but that's it for her. After she cast a little circle of death.
Yeah, that was mean.
But that's it. And that will bring us to Trebor.
Out of curiosity, did she seem to take full damage from the necrotic, or does it seem like she doesn't get hurt as bad from the necrotic damage?
She took half, but it was more so because of her steeling herself against it
Okay.
than any sort of natural resistance to it. Trebor.
Trebor is going to follow through on his promise to take Ed away from her again. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Trebor is going to move here next to Ed, and he's going to tip one of the candles over onto Ed's body to set him on fire.
All right. All right.
So let's see, 4. That was 20 feet of movement. 1, 2, 3. And then he'll continue moving towards Lenore, using the last of his movement to get here.
Okay.
And then he's only going to have 2 attacks this turn because he used his bonus action to set Ed on fire.
Mhm.
But he's going to throw his hand axes because he's not quite close enough to engage one-on-one with Lenore.
Okay, go for it. And I will tell you immediately, she's going to use another shield spell.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's a 16
That'll miss
for one of them.
just barely.
And that is an 18 for the
That
second
will
one.
hit.
Excellent. And that's 10 damage from that hand axe.
Okay. Your axe strikes her in the stomach. You see it catch onto her. The first one, again, repelled by the same force that had prevented Inoki's strike from connecting. Is there anything else you want to do, Trebor?
I mean, I used all my movement, used my bonus action, both attacks. I think that's all I can do at this time, but I'm
Okay.
psyched about that turn. I think it went great.
Yeah, that'll bring us to Dab.
Cool. So she's dressed for a wedding, right?
Yes.
Is she wearing any jewelry?
Roll a perception for me.
Going where I think it's going.
I'm going to re-roll that because I'm a halfling and it was a 1.
Great.
Not much better. It was a 6.
You're not quite sure. And maybe it's just because you have this massive Enoki right there as well. But it's not super clear. If she has any jewelry on her, I can tell you that there's no necklace. There's nothing on her neck. But if there is something else, you don't see it.
I don't want to do that. She's still standing next to Enoki?
Yes.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to just take a moment and cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Okay, sounds good.
That's 10 that I get to heal. Hurrah.
Great. So, you've used your action. Anything with a bonus action, and would you like to move?
Yeah, I'm gonna move a bit towards Trebor.
Okay,
Move
Great.
here.
sounds good. Does that complete your turn?
It does.
That will bring us back to Enoki.
All right. So I'm going to use my action to activate my symbiotic entity ability. So my mushrooms begin to sort of like pulse.
Nice.
And then they give off the spores just. And that gives me 20 temporary hit points.
Sick.
And then it also gives me, I can roll double dice damage for my Halo of Spores ability. And then I get an extra 1d6 of necrotic damage when I hit with a melee weapon.
Awesome.
Then I'm going to use my... So this one, it uses up my reaction. It's my Halo of Spores.
Mm-hmm.
Trebor's out of my range, so that's good. So I get to use... Let me find it. Use your reaction. I can deal 1d4 necrotic damage to a creature that I can see within 10 feet of me. So it'd be a con save.
Okay. Sounds good to me. That's a 16.
Oh, dang it. She just beat me. All right.
Does anything happen on a success?
I don't think so.
Okay. Just making sure so I'm not cheating you out of stuff.
Then I will move up this way, but stay in her range.
Okay.
And that'll be it for me.
All right. Ooh. I have a lot of really fun spells I can do here.
Oh, no.
Not my favorite thing you've ever said, Matt.
Trebor, you just tipped a candle over on Ed's body.
Yep.
All right. She's gonna look at you with hatred in her eyes. And she is gonna say, You would desecrate his body like that. Then maybe I'll need yours. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
God.
You have advantage on this because you are fighting her as she casts Dominate Person upon you.
I have advantage, and Wesley cast that spell earlier, so I can add, it was a D4, right?
So that one only lasts for a minute, so I think we're out of that.
Oh, well.
But you do still have
Whoopsie.
bark skin.
I do. Okay, that's pretty good. That's an 18.
You succeed.
Yes.
You're good. You feel as though she's trying to take control over you, trying to use you for whatever she needs to happen. But thankfully, you're able to maintain control of your wits.
And I say, sorry, lady, I'm taken.
Great. Now, she is going to continue forward. 10. Inoki, you get an attack of opportunity if you wish.
Awesome.
And I'm going to use my reaction to shield.
It's going to be a 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right, let's see. That's 13 points of fire damage from my flame blade,
Great.
and then 2 points of necrotic.
Okay. So 15 points total.
Yes.
Great. Great. She keeps going. Trebor, you'd get an attack of opportunity too.
Yeah, I'll take a swing. That's a 22.
That's a hit.
Get her, Trebor, get her.
It's not great. That's a 7 damage.
Okay. Okay. Y'all do note that she is slowing down significantly as y'all are able to cut into her. But she isn't dead yet. Now, at this point, that's it for her. And that will bring us to Trebor.
Doesn't Inoki go before me in the initiative order?
Well, it was
I go
just her
before Lenore.
turn. She was after
that's
Inoki.
right. That's right. Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, I'll use my movement. I'm assuming she's facing towards him, so I'm coming up behind her, which is not fighting fair, but I feel like we're a little bit beyond that.
Yeah.
And Trevor's going to pull out his double-bladed scimitar, which
Okay.
I don't think he's used yet in either campaign. I could be wrong about that.
Man.
And he's going to start making some swings. So let's go. Number 1 is a
Go for it.
natural 20. That's a crit.
Sick.
Oh, shit.
Give
How
me
does a
that
crit
damage.
affect damage again? Can you remind me?
So, in that case, your damage dice is doubled.
Perfect. Sorry, I'm doing the math.
You're good. You're good.
That'll be 12 damage on that hit.
Okay. Okay. She is still alive. Still
All
kicking.
right. Let's take another swing, shall we? That is not nearly as good. That's a 15.
That'll miss.
All right. Well, then I'm going to go ahead and frenzy so I can
Okay.
take one more swing at her.
Go for it.
That is another natural 20.
Dang.
Trebor.
Let's see what you got.
And he's not even reckless attacking either. He's just getting those.
Just getting it.
Yeah.
Ooh, you love to see it. More math. Okay. That's 17 damage on that hit.
All right. All right. Well, you wanna describe to me how you finish her off?
Yeah, I'd love to. I think Matt, you really know how to do these campaigns that really speak to Trebor about like what love is and what it can mean. And I think he's thinking about being possessive and how that was something that was an issue in his relationship with Elisaria, is how possessive he was of her at times.
Mm-hmm.
And how it was something that, you know, was a problem in the relationship. And
right.
he's just channeling this thought of like, if I could only hold Elisaria again, I would put all of that behind me. I would forget about feeling possessive. I would forget about the times I could be jealous. She wins every argument from this day forward if I can just hold her again. And he channels all of that. And I think with his scimitar, he's going to cut this lady clean in half down the middle.
Great. And as you cut her in half, you hear her voice scream in agony, and then it feels like you're hearing the scream suddenly locked away into a soundproof room, the door slamming shut, cutting her off abruptly, though the echo in this room takes a moment to subside, and just a bright flash before all three of you see on the ground where she was a piece of paper. And I'm pulling y'all out of initiative.
Dab is going to go over to, is anything left of her body or of Ed's body?
Ed's body, yes.
Okay.
What remains of her, it seems as though every physical trace of her is gone, replaced by this sheet of paper.
Dab is going to pick up the paper, and in its place, on the last spot that she stood, is going to leave the silver bell.
Great.
And I'm going to approach Ed's body.
Okay. Well, what is Trebor doing while that's going on? As Enoki's approaching Ed's body, as Dab is laying down the silver bell, holding this sheet of paper.
I think he'll look over at the burning mass that is Ed and just one last time say, sorry, Ed. Got carried away in the rage. He'll come out of the rage at this point.
Well, while that's going on, Dab, you would note that this paper is filled with crossed out words, edited lines, arrows, and circles that show that certain lines should go elsewhere, wrinkles, smudges in many places. This looks to be maybe the original piece, the first draft of a poem entitled Lenore. And as Enoki and Trebor go over to Ed's body, all of you notice the candles lose their black-edged flame, and a soft glow rises from Ed's body. The spectral form materializes before you, and you see the man restored, though in a transparent form. And he says, "Thank you, brave heroes, for releasing me from my love's spell. You have done well to end her magic, her obsession, her undoing." And she looks at the crumpled bit of paper in your hands, Dab, and he smiles sadly and says, "We were so young and foolish when we met for the first time. She gave me the world, showed me the beauty in my work, gave me such happiness. I did not think she, being a work of my imagination, would feel so strongly. I apologize. please. And it's like you see this pleading look in his eyes as he's looking initially at Inoki and then Trebor and then finally at Dab. Please bury it with me. Bury her with me. If she wants to spend eternity with me, then she will.
Dab nods, picks up the bell again, and wraps the paper around it, brings it to his body so that they can be together forever with their wedding bells.
Great. And with that, that spectral form dissolves, dissipating away. And the room is quiet.
Noki looks about the room. I was going to offer we used his body as proof we came here, but he requested we bury him, so maybe not.
There's a whole woman upstairs who we need to get some help for. I've got a scarab inside of a glass dome that we got as proof. I really I just want to get out of here and I want to go home to my wife.
I think Trebor at this point puts out whatever flames remain on Ed's body, takes Ed and the bell and the poem, tucks them into the coffin in the corner, go ahead and closes that, turns back, while these two are talking, he does all that, turns back to them and says, let's get out of here. Let's get the hell out of here.
I pat Trebor on the back like he did to me in the bar, and I cast Cure Wounds on him.
Oh, thank you.
Great. Excellent.
Max on that, so that's 12 points of healing for you.
That's not even the amount of damage I took. That's more than what I took.
Fantastic. With that, y'all are able to bury Ed the Bell with Lenore. You go upstairs, you find... Go ahead.
When, after we bury them, I want to sort of like reach into like my stomach cavity and take out a mushroom and plant it over the body so that the decaying bodies nourish the mushrooms to grow down here.
All right. Okay. You also, of course, note that the woman upstairs, it takes a moment to stir her, but otherwise she is okay after you've taken care of Ed and his love Lenore. And that is the end of the House of Poe, y'all. So,
What was the name of the woman who was just on the floor? Did she have a name?
her name was Emily.
Emily.
She was simply someone who was from the town of Ilgard who needed work. And unfortunately, she stumbled here. Now, with that, big thanks to all our viewers. Y'all have been incredible. Thank you so much for tuning in. Y'all are amazing. Big thanks to Dan Houbrick for creating such a fantastic module. I've got the link in the description if you want to check it out. And let's go through our players one last time. Who you are, who you've been tonight, and anything you might have to promote, starting with Rachel.
I'm Rachel. I have been Dab. And thank you for coming and watching. That is all.
Awesome. Thank you, Rachel. Wesley.
I'm Wesley. I was playing the Warforged Circle of Spores Druid. If you guys want to see more of me, you can follow me on my Instagram at WesselHaas. I keep track of what I'm doing there mostly. And then I stream on Twitch with Night Raid Arcade.
Awesome.
And I'll be playing tomorrow. I'll be playing some Pokemon Silver Nuzlocke Challenge. So
fantastic. I believe I've got that Twitch link in my description below. And finally, Luke.
Hello, I'm Luke Howder. I've been playing Trebor Eckel tonight, the half-orc barbarian. And as far as if you want to keep up with me, you can follow me on Twitter at Luke Howder, spelled however it's spelled on the screen.
Yeah, I've got it in the description.
Rad. Yeah, follow me there if you want any updates. I make YouTube videos sometimes. I do a podcast, and I'm going to be doing some live streams coming up. So, yeah, go check it out.
Awesome. Thank you, Luke. Well, y'all have been amazing. And until next time, take care, everybody.